Hello, how are you? Good afternoon. Uh, nawasalimia wote. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, we have another good day today, so where we can continue with our narrative. So leo nataka tuevaluate upinzani na tujiulize, is upinzani doing the right thing, or what do we need to do to make sure that things are working well? Yeah, so as well, I would also want to congratulate some of the African teams which they have made it to the round of 16. It's not an easy task to win one round of match. Egypt has gotten a smooth sail to the next stage. So right now we have two Arab nations which have gone to the next round. So not some very good progress. We expected more, but it's okay. So Egypt na Morocco. So wakijitahidi zaidi, we can get one team reaching quarterfinals, which would be a good thing. So lakini hapo kwa kukutana na Argentina hapo ndio sijui. Yeah, but it's okay. Yeah, so we hope how things will turn to be. So Ruto is capitalizing on opposition mistakes, and Ruto knows very well that he cannot assemble any campaign in Kenya. Ruto knows that no one want him. Hakuna mtu anamutaka, hakuna mtu anamuhitaji. But unajua hata kama hakuna mtu anakuhitaji, and even with all the hatred, inafikanga level, you start saying, anyway, hawa watu ni sawa wanitaki, things are not working for me, but nitajiweka tu hapa and I wait for these people to make mistakes or to make missteps. So that's why I'm trying to say that 2027, we have all the necessary opportunity, we have all the available opportunity to get Ruto out of power. And if we will not manage to do it, it is not because there was no capacity to do it. What will happen is that if we are not able to do it, it is because we did a bad campaign. But when it comes to an opportunity to do it, when it comes to maybe things could collapse when it comes to strategy, but in terms of planning and other things could collapse. But we are not going not to make it simply because we didn't have an opportunity. An opportunity is there, and Kenyans can be energized to get Ruto out. And Kenyans are actually energized to get Ruto out. But are we building motivation to make sure that Kenyans can get out to vote? Are Kenyans understanding the collateral damage which we can get if Ruto ends up in power again? Those are things which we have to keep on pumping and telling people to understand, because they are important. Kenyans have to understand that there is no a return journey of wanting to get Ruto out. And all the opposition leaders have to work with that momentum. I don't know why, but other than Gachagua, who I am a little bit seeing some of his press conferences, because unajua Gachagua, that is his mode of working. There's a bit of talking. I'm not seeing the others a bit. I'm not seeing the others very much pressing on the. So maybe somebody can tell me: is it like wanapanga in the grassroots or what is happening, because I'm seeing very small activities in the opposition. I'm not seeing much in Kisii as well. I'm not seeing much with Matiang'i for now. Sijui ama ni grassroots wanafanya, or maybe they have changed the strategy. Me, I can see an issue of ni kama watu wametulia, na msiniambia ati ni vile ati watu wametorokea ati kwa World Cup saa hii. Hiyo siwezi amini ati wa Kenya our grandfathers don't watch World Cup, so on that one I will not believe. So in terms of that one, I'm not able to take it very much. So but kuna vitu ambazo hazifanyi kazi vizuri, and we have to handle that. So I don't know. Okay, Rida Mwananchi, yeah, somebody was telling me like they had something in Thika, and we also need to start addressing ourselves. The Rida Mwananchi and the other function. Unajua, the Rida Mwananchi looks like the dynamic one, the hot one on the other side. Hiyo ndio kama ndio fuel. And then hii pande ingine are the veterans. Yeah, the veteran guys. Hii pande ingine are the veteran guys. Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka. So how will they unite together? And how are they going to make sure there's no percolation of how these Moors, I mean, because Moors are a bigger thing when it comes to elections not making it. The previous election where Raila Odinga was not able to capture the seat, we understood that we had very powerful Moors from within. Junet Mohammed was a Moor. Kanini Kega was not a serious person that time, and some of the allegations which came na zikasemekana ni kama zilikuja zikaukua ni za ukweli. Instead of them taking resources and mobilizing where it is needed, Junet Mohammed, who had already auctioned the presidency, he was with us pretending that yeye ako na sisi, kumbe yeye anajua vile kutaenda. So those are some of the things now which we have to be very serious about. We cannot work with Moors. Yeah, so we have to be very serious. Like we have to know how to remove these Moors. It's either we understand them or we suffocate them from information, and we don't give them responsibility. So for me, I feel the biggest responsibility or the biggest work we have now is to make sure that we are not working with Moors. How do we achieve that? That is the big thing. Hilo ni jambo kubwa sana. We have to make sure that Moors are not part of the equation, because Moors wanaharibu sana, and it is something which we can't just wish away. Moors have destroyed campaigns globally, not even only in Kenya. Wale watu ambao wanajifanya wako na nyinyi na hawako upande wenyu, wako ile upande mwingine. And Ruto will be sending us some. And I can assure you that Mlima Kenya, that is where the biggest number of Moors will be domiciled. Wale Moors wengi sana watakuwa Mlima Kenya. And that is why we need to do very serious decantation, very serious sieving hapo Mlima Kenya. Tukue tunajua nani yako na sisi na nani hana sisi. In Kalenjin land, don't expect to get Moors there, because in any case, many of them, they might not be willing to work with us. But the few who will also be willing to work with us, we have also to be careful, because some, wengine, they could pretend because maybe they want to also get our information. So we have to understand any person who could affiliate with Ruto and he is willing to work with opposition, we have to be very keen with them. I'm not saying that we should not welcome people, but we need to learn from the previous election, because from the previous election there are so many things which did not work well, but we couldn't see or we assumed them, but kuna baadhi ya mambo hayakuweza kufanyika vizuri. Things were not okay. Things were not good. Yeah. So especially working with Juanet Mohammed, being at the center of our campaign, and then he is a guy who is auctioning our presidency, that was cruel. So those are some of the things we have now to start looking so that mambo kama hayo yasitokezee tena, because yeah, those are some of the frustrating issues which zinasumbua watu sana. Working with the people who are not part of the equation, but you are assuming they are part of the equation. It's very annoying. It's not a good thing. Yeah, so let's keep the focus, let's keep the spirit. Yeah, because it is something which we have to keep on fighting for, even hata huko mbele, because hatuwezi kuwa tu kazi yetu tu ni kupanga mchezo alafu huo mchezo umaliziki hapo. Other than 2002, which ile ambayo tunakuanga tukiongea sana, other than 2002, itabidi tufike level where now the opposition should comfortably be able to win the election again. Ruto pretends to be like the opposition which won in 2022. He was not opposition. He pretended to be an opposition because Ruto knew how to market hunger, people's hunger. He knew that the opposition did not want what the government was doing, and then he had to pretend kama yule mtetezi wa raia. And we have to be very careful with these people who come to momentarily pretend. These people who come to momentarily pretend to be part of you. So let me look for something here. Yeah. Yeah, and some few days ago he had said that ile maandamano tutapanga kwa hii taifa. So I don't know kama if still watapanga maandamano ama itakuwa namna gani. But I wanted us to evaluate this because it is important. Na kuna swali najaribu kujiuliza. So does it mean that maandamano does not work in democracies?
Nimeona hii vijana wake ya kupiga kelele wakisema hatujaona Rigiji kwa streets akifanya maandamano akikula tear gas. Mimi hiyo sio line yangu, kila mtu wako line yake. Everybody ako na strength yake. The strength ya Rigiji sio kwenda kufanya maandamano. Strength ya Rigiji sio kupeleka Wakenya wauawe. Strength ya Rigiji sio kuharibu mali ya wananchi. Rigiji ni mtu ya amani. Rigiji ni mtu ya kutafuta mali, sio ya kuvunja mali. Rigiji ni mtu ya kujenga, sio ya kubomoa. Rigiji ni mtu ya amani, sio mtu ya fujo. Kwa hivyo nyinyi nasikia mnasema ati Rigiji
on that one I want to correct several statements. I don't understand when Gachagua says Rigiji sio mtu ya kubomoa ya kuharibu mali. So does Gachagua want to tell us that demonstrations ni za kuharibu mali, because maybe it is something maybe I would want somebody to help me, because I and in case he doesn't get what he want, ama inachukuliwa kwa nguvu, does he want to tell us that he cannot call for people? So already this is a very scary statement when you say strength yangu sio maandamano. So unless you tell me your strategies always works and they don't need maandamano, like mimi kitu yangu lazima ifanye. Everything we plan, it is razor. So hautaibiwa kura, hakuna kitu mbaya itatendeka unless we reach that level.
Hajafikisha kiwango ya Raila Odinga ya kufanya maandamano, mumepotea. Mimi siko kwa hiyo laini, kwa sababu mimi sina haja nifanye maandamano watu uwawe niingie kwa serikali kwa nguvu. Mimi nataka kutafuta serikali kupitia debe kwa kura. I want to form government through the ballot. Na nyinyi mnasema ati mimi sijui maandamano. Ni kweli mimi sijui. Mimi msinipimie umaarufu kwa mambo ya maandamano. Mimi ni mtu ya kujenga manyumba, sio ya kubomoa. Mimi ni mfanyabiashara. Mimi kazi yangu ni kukuza biashara ambayo na kuharibu biashara. Mimi ni mtu ya kutafuta amani, hapana mtu ya kutafuta fujo. Kwa hivyo hiyo maneno mnanipimia ilikuwa ya Raila ya fujo na kuharibu mali na kufanya watu wauawe, mimi siko hapo. I have my strength. Na William Ruto anajua my strength. Strength ya Rigathi Gachagua is political mobilization to make somebody to be elected the president of Kenya. That is my strength. Mimi nilimobilize watu 2007. Mwai Kibaki akachaguliwa tena kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Mimi nilimobilize wa Kenya 2013. Uhuru Kenyatta akakuwa president wa Kenya. Mimi nilimobilize wa Kenya 2017. Uhuru Kenyatta akarudi kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Mimi nilimobilize wafuasi wangu na wa Kenya. William Ruto akakuwa president 2022. That is my strength. Na ukitaka kunipimia nguvu ni hapo. Sasa kazi iko mbele yangu ni hiyo ya political mobilization. The work I'm doing now is to mobilize Kenyans to make sure William Ruto is one term. Ile kazi mimi nafanya ni mimi mwenyewe kujitafutia kura nikuwe rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na kama nilisaidia Mwai Kibaki, nikasaidia Uhuru Kenyatta, nikasaidia William Ruto, nitashindwa kujisaidia namna gani? Hapo ndio nguvu yangu iko. Mimi usinipimie mambo ya barabara ati hatujamuona kwa barabara. Nikifanya nini kwa barabara? Kazi yangu ni political mobilization. That is my strength and my speciality. I'm in the business of making people presidents. That is my line. I have made 3 presidents. I'm just about to make another one time. Hapo ndio nguvu yangu iko. Kila mtu si yako na nguvu yake. Mimi msinipimie mambo ya kuharibu mali ya watu. Mimi siko huko. Msiniharibu ati munihesabie mambo ya kupeleka vijana kwa barabara kwa uawe. That is not my strength. It has never been my strength. My strength is political mobilization to get people to be elected president. That is my strength. And I want to leverage on my strength. Na mimi niko hapo. Mimi saa hii najitafutia umaarufu. Vile nilisaidia Kibaki akakuwa president, nikasaidia Uhuru Kenyatta akakuwa president, nikasaidia William Ruto akakuwa president. Wakati imefika pia nijisaidie na Wakenya mimi mwenyewe nikuwe president. Na kila mtu ako na strength yake. William Ruto strength yake ni wizi na uongo. So yeye aendelee, si ndio? Kila mtu apimiwe laini yake. Usitupimie laini hapana, si yetu. Na sisi tunaamini serikali inapatikana kwa debe. I believe that we need to use constitutional means to ascend to power. I don't believe in violence. I don't believe in destruction. I don't believe in noise. I don't believe in disorder. I am a very orderly leader. I believe in political mobilization to achieve a majority vote in a general election. And that is my strength. And that is where I tick. That is my talent. And I intend to utilize it to the full. Kwa hivyo nyinyi mnataka kupimana na Raila, mambo ya kupeleka watu kwa barabara, mtafuta watu wengine. Mambo ya kutafuta mtu akuwe rais, hapo mimi mnipimie hapo. I want you to challenge me on how to make presidents. Ask me what is your record on making presidents. I will say what I did to assist Mike Kibaki. I will say what I did to assist Uhuru Kenyatta. I'll say what I did to assist William Ruto. I'll tell you what I'm doing to make sure William Ruto goes home. Si hapo tuko sawa sawa? Si kila mtu apimiwe na laini yake na talanta yake? Si ya Ruto mnajua talanta yake ni gani? Si ni wizi na ya, kila mtu apimiwe mambo yake. Kila mtu ako na laini yake ile amekuwa na track record. Track record ya William Ruto ni uongo na wizi na uwaji, si ndio? Track record ya Rigathi Gachagua is how to make presidents. Kila mtu akae kwa laini yake. And also to remove. Yeah. This one nitafanya.
I think hapo I listened to Gachagua. While his thought of thinking is right and is okay, for me the mistake which I saw there was he doesn't need to follow the Maandamano Clarion Call. That is fine. But at the same time, he should not criminalize maandamano, kuoneshana maandamano kama ni kitu cha kuenda kuharibu mali. I think in Kenya kumeifanywa maandamano mzuri. So this idea whereby we want to show that protest cannot be organized, for me, I think it's wrong. Yeah, Gachagua doesn't need to attend a maandamano. That one is fine. But again, he should not discourage maandamano. What he was supposed to say there is that kama kuna mtu anataka kupanga maandamano, ako huru, ni haki yake. But he should not try to show wanting to do a protest is doing a bad thing. So on that one, he was a little bit wrong. What he was supposed to do was, yes, mimi sitafanya maandamano, mimi sitajiunga na watu wa maandamano, lakini wale ambao nyinyi mnataka kufanya maandamano, mko huru. Do your thing. Do your thing. Yeah, because people feel pressure in their own way. So that's when niliona he was not a bit very creative in showing, because people don't just demonstrate for the sake of demonstrating. It is some internal pressure within yourself which makes you actually feel I need to get out and demonstrate and try to show that there is a need of a correction. You know, maandamano is call for a correction plan on something. So hapo alikuwa off kidogo. So, and those are some of the things now which me personally, I feel rather than coming and having a show here, maybe to say vile mtu alisema. So for me, I feel it is better to come and look at those critical points and we analyze them. Tunajiuliza hapa, where is the issue? Where is the problem here? So for me, I feel we can add more value to our campaign if we are able to look at issues, how issues are being done, and we give alternatives. So kama angekuwa ni mimi hapa ningefanya hivi. So for me, I feel that one adds more value rather than just being here na kusema upinzani tuko sawa. No. So, and these are some of the reasons which have a little bit made me to take a backseat a little bit, because I want to look at things in an area view na naanzia kujiuliza huu mchezo vile unapangwa. Are we in the right direction or what do we need to do? So, in terms of narrative, on that one, Gachagua was not able to present the real reason why protests are done in a country. So it is not true protests are about destruction. And as you also push for a natural way of changing the government, where you are saying strength yako iko hapo, which is true, halo karibu Sara, which is true, pale unasema my strength ni kutengeneza maserikali and I'm about to make somebody one term, which is very good. But also remember, you are fighting a system. which sometimes that system might not respond the way you want, and you might want to apply hiyo maandamano ambayo unasema wewe huwezi fanya, you might want to have it. Hiyo maandamano unasema huwezi fanya, you might. So that is why I would want to tell Gachagua needs to be a little bit careful when he is trying to somehow criminalize maandamano. Maandamano is not entirely criminal, and maandamano is not about destruction of property. So he has to be very careful on that. So on that, Gachagua is entirely wrong. He cannot criminalize maandamano because maandamano, kama vile nilisema jana, is the venom for raia. Hata yeye akikuwa kiongozi and things are not working well, tutaandamana. So I feel a bit scared when karibu sana Mbudhi, I feel a bit scared when Gachagua entirely looks as maandamano as something which is not very good. I am a bit scared on that. I want somebody who can embrace maandamano. You don't need to do it. I don't want Gachagua to go to the streets and do maandamano because he is saying that is not his strength. But again, I don't want him to portray maandamano as an evil track of people's justice. I don't want him to portray it that way. Then there is also a mixed reaction, which I don't get, because at the same time, Gachagua few days ago, he had said Raila Odinga hajui kutengeneza maandamano, na sisi ile maandamano tutatengeneza katika hii nchi, we will do one of the biggest maandamano in the country. So again, he needed to fast track that statement as well. That's how serious politicians talk. Atasema, kitambo, I was saying I can do a maandamano, but after some consultation, I saw I cannot do maandamano. But you cannot flip-flop. Let me call it that way. You cannot flip-flop. You cannot say one time and you felt the day when you said ile maandamano tutafanya hapa, hata Raila hajaifanya maandamano kama hiyo. No, and then you can feel the emotions and the way Kenyans felt about that statement. And Wakenya wakaanza kusema now this one is our guy. Because Kenyans understand kuna vitu ambazo you cannot resolve in Kenya unless you demonstrate. I hope Gachagua is razor sharp that kura yetu haitaibiwa and we will not require maandamano, or crazy things will not happen in Kenya and we will not require protest. Maybe if Gachagua is sure of that, protests are not necessary, then he can say maandamanos are not necessary. If he feels like people can do dialogues and things can be resolved without people having to protest. But remember, globally governments are stupid. So, and I'm not sure if Gachagua will be able, he is very unique. Ile serikali wanatutengenezea itakuwa ikifanya kile kitu ambacho tunafanya, itakuwa inafanya the right way. Sasa tuanzie kusema we no longer need protest. I don't know, unless kama ni serikali ya kutoka mbinguni, lakini kama ni serikali ya binadamu, you need protest as a backup plan. Yeah, protests are very, very necessary. Kuna jambo limeniuma kidogo and I don't know why. Kuna hili jambo limeniuma kidogo la huyu PS anaitwa Fikirini. And I don't know why our young people are working with the government operatives only for them to go and lose their life. So nasikia huyu PS ameambia kijana aende mobilize watu, then watu wakakuwa mobilized, then kijana akapewa 10,000, then watu walikuwa wamekuja zaidi ya 100. So meaning that hao watu wote ambao walikuwa wamemobilizewa for that guy ni unless kama mtu angepewa fije, which is very low. So and some altercation happened there, and I'm hearing that guy died along the way, and then it's scary what happened. So I don't know like what even this Fikirini can say. And then sasa nilianzia kumuona ati sasa huyo Fikirini anatokezea alafu sasa ati anaanzia kupeana pole zake. And sometimes there are things which you cannot recreate. So let me wacha nitafute huyo PS Fikirini because it's a very, very horrible stuff. it's a very horrible stuff of how this young man died. So nitacheza hiyo, then Goods in Thika Road, na then Didi Nyoro, and then that one will be my storyline kabla ya nipotee leo, na kama kuna mtu atataka kuingia studio ataniambia.
Unajua hapana mtu anafaa kuliwa kama umbwa. No one should be like a stray dog. Cecil Otieno deserves justice, but you must also condemn bullying.
Ndio kuongea kusema vijana Nairobi, kwa sababu Nairobi kuna goons wengi sana. Unakuwa hired na politician, unapewa do, unaharibu mkutano. Kama unaingia kwa mkutano ya watu, unawasumbua ndio upewe do. Kuna goon mmoja Nairobi tu, Cecil Otieno, alikuwa goon proper by the way. Ungefanya meeting Nairobi bila kumlipa, na kuja kwa meeting yako hata kama mjongea na yeye mjelewana lazima umpatie do. Alika meeting kaza kukaa 3, akanisumbua. Na the last meeting nilibonga naye vizuri ilikuwa NDC Poli Party. Nikamwambia sasa by the way sina dini yako. Sumbuane kwa hivyo compassion because he was asking me to give him money. Now jana sasa leo tena amekuwa hired na PS for Youth Affairs Fikirini. Ampeleke vijana kwa mkutano. Wakaenda kwa mkutano and then wenye walimaliza mkutano kwa mbele kuna wase 80 wapi do. Waka disagree. Mabodyguard wa Fikirini wakaua Cecil. And that is the truth. Unaona history niko church condemned to death. Every time unakuwa hired by a politician kwenda kuharibu mkutano ama kusumbua wase, you're indispensable. Kama wataka kukulipa ama kama una faida kwa nakuwa. Last week wakati wa maandamano Cecil alikuwa ndani, alikuwa Makadara kotini, akachejwa kuona bangi because police walimchukua to join the organization politicians goons. So if you're a goon, jua tu hivi, wewe si mtu wa maana kwa politician, wewe ni mtu wa kutumika kabisa. Wacheni kutumika kama goons. Kama mtu anakupatia kazi security, kwa kazi moja security vizuri, apatie badge, apatie kazi kwa heshima. Kazi ya kuwa haya kwenda kuharibu mikutano, kwenda kuleta vurugu, nitakufa tu. Kasa hii best yangu, alienda kwa best sasa. Ndio alinisumbua nikamwambia aje tuelewane. Nikaona mkutano na kunapatia dosi nisumbue. Sasa la meaga. So hili tu message kwa ni goon out there. Usikue goon tafadhali. Ukiwa hired usiende kuchafua. Ukienda kuchafua usumbuane nao wase watakuwa.
Kijana saidia kijana mwenzake. Hii maneno iwafikie. Hii maneno yaheshimiwa kupanga vijana. Alafu mnaanza kutoroka na magari. Vijana wakijalia magari zenu, mnafungua risasi. Hii maneno itakoma. Sisi kama vijana wa Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga baba alileta 10 points agenda. Yes. Hizo 10 points agenda zinaongelea vijana siku abducted. Ndio hiyo. Vijana wasiuliwe ovyo ovyo. Ndio hiyo. Hii maneno yenye mnataka kuanza kimbizana na vijana kwa ground kiwapiga marisasi wakidandia gari zenu, hiyo maneno ikome. Komesheni hiyo tabia. Huyo kijana wa ODM ambaye mliua mfufue. Tunaambia kijana wa ODM mwenye mliua mfufue. Vijana, hiyo mambo ya kufuatana na heshimiwa ikome. Sisi vijana ni wengi. Na vijana kwa ground uende na gari yako umetoka. Mheshimiwa ni mmoja na sisi ni wengi. Na mambo ya kujafuni ikome. Kama waezi pangana na sisi kwanza, ndio tupatane nao kwa ground, tutawaambia tawe.
Ndio hiyo.
Tawe. Tutawaambia tawe. Mambo ya mobile loko. Mobile loko. Mobile loko. Mambo iko hivyo. Mobile loko. Hatutaki upuzi Nairobi.
Ndio maana Nairobi sasa.
Mheshimu vijana. Kwa sababu youth for youth imeshikanisha vijana.
Ndio hiyo.
Mambo iko hivyo.
Na ni mbaya. Hello. Kijana saidia kijana mwenzake.
Kila siku sasa na kiongozi wetu. I think you know him. My youth leader. Yes. So I moved to a chama. Tell me what has happened. So we were with Kirin Jacobs. So the last time I saw him, got into the car with the PS himself.
Aliingia kwa gari ya PS. Huyu.
Yes, huyu.
Cecil.
The next time I had on a phone call that he shot. I had to find out where.
So muliona yeye akipanda gari ya PS.
That is when
alipanda vizuri, aligishwa kwa gari ama mlango aligandia ama alipanda?
Aliingia ndani. Aliingia ndani akakaa.
You can see, this is what I call, it is not justice. Hey, brother.
Yes, brother.
According to Paul anasema after PS alimaliza function, PS alita achukue pesa ya vijana. Sasa akaenda provide pesa ya vijana. Akapewa 10,000. Vijana wakasema 10,000 ni kidogo. Sisi la ongeze pesa ndio vijana washare pesa. Then kidogo akirudi kuchukua pesa nyingine. Ukasikia sisi na bila gari because alikuwa kama ana mpango ndani. So akitoka tu hivi kwa gari akampata na kisasi.
So mtu alitolewa kwa gari na unaitwa nani?
Jamaa tulipewa pesa na hii pesa iko na biashara. Unajua hivi kwa mtu pesa kwa crowd. Kipindi cha gogo simeni yako sema ile kitu moja niingize kwa gari. Nilipe pesa. Kama kawaida kule na kuleta pesa. Sije tukapungua njia. Nitoke. In just some few meters. Nasikia sasa na slap ya gari. Kama mtu ndani ya gari na katolewa hivi nje. Alafu tunajifanya na shuku kujua watatoroka. So naona kamchapa ndani ya gari. Mwisho yeye kuona jamu ikifunguka. So body
alishutiwa wapi?
Ndani ya gari.
Ndani ya gari, lakini area gani?
Gari ya PS.
No, ilikuwa area gani?
Alifika hapa chini.
Alikuwa hapo chini. Akitoka nje ya function.
Toka hiyo sasa tunamfuata kidogo. So before pale hiyo toka. Kama mkusana pale anaanza kumpiga. Akashutiwa tena akadropiwa hapo hiyo.
Mana PS, wewe ni mtu wa chama. Huyu ni kijana wa chama. I need more information. When we get eyewitnesses, who was you? Kuna mtu anaruka kuoa vijana wa chama kabla ya siasa. Na huyo sio good. Vijana wangu wa Mbagati hawezi kuwa good.
Unatoa press ile umencounter.
Unatoa press ya nini na vijana? Ndio eyewitnesses. Tegereni kijana wetu. Mimi kwa hiyo kitu.
That's a very scary thing because I really don't understand why you should be killing a young man simply because amekuja kwa gari yako. So I didn't hata sikuwa nikijua ya kwamba huyo kijana ni vile alipigwa risasi. It's a very scary thing. So I don't know why they decided to do that, to kill that young man kwa hiyo barabara. That's a very, very scary thing. They never needed to do that. Now UPS, he has not been able to give a very serious apology. Not even apology. I don't know. There's not any amount of apology which can actually return this young man to life. So mi sifikiri hata ni apology gani inapeanwa hapa, but it's scary. It's scary what happened to that young man. A little bit. It's very scary what happened to that young man. So alafu na nilimuona akikuja tu kwa TV akisema ati pole sana, pole sana. Ni pole gani anapeana shwari? Saa zingine naona Sara anasema freedom cannot be attained without maandamano. I think Gachagua needs to recheck that statement. That statement was not very good because hiyo story ya kucriminalize maandamano, I don't take it. So Let me see if I can be able to play Fikirini's speech. Wacha niwaekee huyo Fikirini ili mujue, yani mtu ameuawa kwa gari yako, then sasa unakuja hapa kujifanya nani amepea, sababu this is not the first or the last case. People just get killed in other people's cars. It's so unfortunate. Na huyo mtu alipiga hiyo risasi, hakuna kitu itamtendekea. It's very annoying.
Send my heartfelt sympathies.
A single gunshot inside a government vehicle, a young man thrown into the tarmac, bleeding out on Park Road, and a principal secretary who went silent for 2 whole days before finally opening his mouth.
Heartfelt sympathies and condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of the late comrade Cecil Ouma, following his very tragic and untimely death.
This is the story of how a 10,000 shillings token of appreciation turned into a murder investigation, and why Kenyans are asking whether some lives are cheaper than a fistful of 1,000 shilling notes. Cecil Otieno Ouma was 28, a Technical University of Kenya student, a grassroots mobilizer in Mathare and Karioko, the kind of young man politicians call when they need a crowd and forget when the cameras stop rolling. On June 30th, someone claiming to be Youth Affairs PS Jacob Fikirini's personal assistant called him up. Bring the youths, they said. So Ouma rallied about 20 of them to a Kikao government forum at Karioko Social Hall. By afternoon, that number had swelled to roughly 100 hopeful young Kenyans waiting outside. Then came the money, 10,000 shillings for 100 people. Do the math and you'll understand why the crowd erupted. Ouma, doing what mobilizers do, walked back toward the PS's vehicle to negotiate for more. What happened next is where Kenya split into 2 camps.
He was given 10,000 by the PS, of which this money, he told the guys who were waiting for the money that I only have 10,000. I don't know how we'll share it. The guy said that is too little. Instead of us fighting ourselves, just return the money to the PS. So he went back to the PS vehicle. When he got there, they were already on the highway, so there was traffic before.
Amateur video shows youth surging around the car, Ouma forcing himself into the back seat, hands grabbing at the doors as the vehicle lurches toward Pangani. Near Park Road Primary School, a gunshot cracks from inside. The door swings open. Ouma falls out, bleeding from the chest. He is rushed to Park Road nursing home. He does not make it. Now, 2 stories are fighting for the truth.
Tushatoka event, tuko Karioko roundabout. Jam ilikuwa, tukasikia risasi zimelia. So we rushed to that event, but at the point tulipata it was there, Park Road Primary, on the perimeter wall. It says comrade was helplessly lying down.
The family says a bodyguard shot Ouma inside that car in a moment of panic and excessive force, that he was thrown out while still alive. The PS's team filed a report calling it the opposite, a robbery, an ambush, self-defense against a rowdy mob. Police have seized 2 firearms from Fikirini security detail. 7 people have recorded statements, including a ministry director who was in that vehicle.
So bodyguards were
Alishutiwa wapi?
ndani ya gari.
Ndani ya gari, lakini area gani?
Gari ya PS.
No, ilikuwa area gani? Alifika
hapa chini.
alikuwa hapo chini. Akitoka nje ya function.
Tukishatoka hiyo sasa tunamfuata, akipewa do tutoke hivi. So before apewe hata hiyo do, ni kama mkutana pale ndani akaanza kumpiga. Akashutiwa, tena akadropiwa hapo hivyo kaanza kupiga.
Mana PS, wewe ni mtu wa chama. Huyu ni kijana wa chama. I need more information. Now everybody will get eyewitnesses. Huwezi, kuna mtu anaruhusa kuoa vijana wa chama sauti ya siasa. Na huyo sio good. Vijana wangu wa Mbakasi hawezi kuwa good.
The post-mortem is done. A single gunshot wound to the chest. Forensic on those guns. Kenyans are still waiting.
Pathologists, one representing the government and the other representing the family. And the conclusion is that he died as a result of a single gunshot wound. to the left side of the chest, and there was a lot of bleeding. Inside the chest, there was internal bleeding, and that was a cause of death. We were able to retrieve the bullet head, which we have handed over for ballistic investigation to the IPOA group.
For 2 days, Fikrini said nothing. Silence in Kenyan politics is never really silence, it is strategy. But by Thursday, the pressure had a name. Professor Makau Mutwe demanding accountability, the former Senator Millicent Omanga calling for outright resignation, and university leaders threatening to take Mathari's grief to the streets.
Sess was shot by an unprofessional, trigger-happy bodyguard of one PS, Fikirini Jacobs. It is so ironical that Sess was shot in a peace event. It is so ironical that Sess was shot under instructions of a PS who is also a youth, who was put in charge of that docket to serve the very youth that he is shooting. It is very ironical that the PS for Youth Affairs is the most unreachable PS in President Ruto's cabinet.
So Fikrini walked into DCI headquarters and recorded his statement. No youth should love their life and the way Cecil's did. He said, cooperation, he promised. Justice, he assured.
The circumstances around Cecil's death remain distressing and are, of course, subject of active investigations. I believe no family should have to endure such a tragic loss. I believe no youth should have his life end the way Cecil's did. And as such, I have responded to an invitation by the investigating agencies to record my statement as to what really transpired. And already, I think, as it was shared, 7.
But here is the uncomfortable arithmetic this story leaves behind. A mobilizer dies delivering government goodwill. A PS calls it distressing. And the family in Mathari buries a son who believed showing up for government forums meant something. This is not just a shooting. It is a mirror held up to how power treats the very youths it claims to empower. The bodyguards who pulled the trigger were hired to protect one man. Nobody was hired to protect the 100 who came hoping for opportunity and left with a body.
We want justice to serve for my brother. He was killed like an animal. If IPOA can intervene, I'm requesting them to help us serve justice. So he alleging that our wounds were posting status where the event was happening at Kariako. On Tuesday, PS had some youths paid him a courtesy call in his office.
No arrest yet, no forensic results yet, just a grieving mother, a brother demanding truth, and a PS whose apology now has to survive contact with an investigation it does not control. Kenya has seen this movie before. Statements, sympathy, silence that follows once the news cycle moves on. The real test is not what Fikirini said at DCI on Thursday. It is whether Cecil Uma becomes a name Kenya remembers or another file gathering dust in the Pangani police station.
And therefore, we are calling on the government and the ministry at large that one, yes, Fikirini Jacobs must step aside. The bodyguard must be arrested, put into custody to allow investigations to happen.
The story is still unfolding. We'll be tracking every development. Newsroom.
Ni noma sana. Ani karibu sana. So sijui kama hii Simpson yako imetupredictia Egypt. Egypt has just qualified. Yeah, Egypt imegonga Australia na penalty. So what about that? We are now waiting for Argentina na Cape Verde. Away from that, let me ask something like kwa nini Muafrika ama Mkenya tunachukuanga life ya binadamu kama ya kuku? Kwa nini tunachukua life ya binadamu kama ya kuku? Because for me it does not make a logical sense. Why? Mbona tunachukua maisha ya binadamu kama ya kuku? Like we don't value human beings. We are those people who do not care. We can just do whatever we want with somebody. Mtu anaweza kufa. Let me tell you bana, hata kama munasemanga bana, wazungu ni racist bana. I have seen investigations I have seen murder cases in Europe and in America. You always wish not to have killed that person. Hiyo kitu inasumbua. In Kenya, the reason why murder is taken as the useless, it is because sisi hatudhamini moyo. Sikutazaliwa mwingine. Yani, until ni wewe, hiyo kitu imekutendekea, we don't see it kama ni kitu ya maana. So, that stupidity has to stop, whereby we don't value people. Mtu ni mtu wa maana sana. When you kill somebody, you are eliminating permanently a point of contact between that person and some group of people somewhere. So hii ujinga ya kuwaua watu so nimeanzia kukuamini, so wewe endelea kupost vitu yako. The other day ulinipostia hapa sijui Portugal na Mexico. Nikaanzia kujiuliza na huyu amekunywa dawa gani? Only Portugal kufanya sisi hata tuliondoka tukasema hii Portugal hakuna kitu bana. Hii Portugal ile joint tulikuwa tunaona game jana, hata tuliondoka tuliacha tumeambiana bana hii kitu hakuna. So mimi tukaondoka, mimi nikarudi kwa nyumba. So I couldn't sleep, nikaanzia kuonea game kwa bana vitu ilianzia kupinduka wewe. And Croatia tukafunga, unajua mimi nilikuwa team Croatia. And Croatia tukafunga bao dakika ya mwisho bana. Na tukaanzia kuona ikiondolewa bana. So musianzie kutufanya tuanzie kuamini mambo yenu. Ati munasema ati Portugal itashinda hii kikombe. Hiyo atakuwa makubwa. That one will be the biggest thing I've never heard. So ati munatuambia ni Portugal, ati Portugal na Mexico. Haya, wacha tungoje. So na wakati munasema Portugal na Mexico, saa hiyo Messi aliondoka saa ngapi na Mbappe? Mbappe na Messi wako wapi saa hiyo in that equation when you are talking of Portugal and Mexico? Where is Mbappe and Messi? Hapo lazima unielezee vizuri. Lazima uniambie when you are talking about Portugal, you know, when you are talking about Portugal and Mexico, Messi is not in Portugal or Mexico. Mbappe is not in Portugal or Mexico. So at what stage is Mbappe and Messi? Hapo lazima uniweke vizuri. Hapo bado. Hapo siamini. So lakini wewe endelea tu kugonga conspiracies hapo, hata kama uko na conspiracy ya hii channel tuweke. If you know the day when our channel will completely end, utuambie. Alafu Ken Daniels anasema there is more to this story than just returning the money. Everything you do is theft, lies and death, son. Then pia Ken Daniels kuna kitu alikuwa amesema hapo juu. Listening to Gachagua, one wonders, is he really with us or still secretly working with Ruto? Hapo Gachagua itabidi retract your statement because trying to show like maandamano ni kama sio kitu poa. I do not agree with him. Maandamano ndio ile ngao ya ulinzi ya raia. So Gachagua doesn't need to attend maandamano. Gachagua doesn't need to do anything about maandamano, but he cannot come out and say that hiyo sio raini yangu. It's okay, inaweza kuwa sio raini yake, but usitokezee kuanzia kuambia watoto na waomba musiandamane. So again, unasema sio raini yako and then you are also putting cold water on people who want to. Lazima tuanzie kukubaliana hapa. Kile Gachagua anatafuta sio kile tunatafuta, ama sio kile raia anatafuta. it looks like we are looking for different things. So what Gachagua is looking for is not what we are looking for, and that is why saa zingine sisi tukikosa kile tunataka tunaenda kwa barabara na kama Gachagua anaamini ya kwamba kile anatafuta hawezi kipata kwa barabara, awachane na sisi tuende kwa barabara tukitaka. He should not be pouring cold water on people. He doesn't need to be in maandamano, he doesn't need to be there, but asikuwe kama a destructive agent Raila Odinga. Akiona maandamano anakuja anajiweka on the cross of it, on the cross path ya hiyo maandamano. We will not appreciate that. So I did not appreciate that from him either. So hii nayo sitawaekea kuwekea ati Omoro, hiyo siwezi weka Omoro. Omoro hiyo sitaweka. I better put Thika Road under Siege. Yeah, let me put Thika Road under Siege. Wacha nione. Mambo ya Ruto hapa ati why are all goals being scored in 86 minutes? Unajua mabao zinafungwa 86 minutes na uoni, so kumaanisha you are seriously following this thing. So wacha tungoje kama Cabo Verde watafungwa 86 minutes basi. We are seriously waiting for Cabo Verde. Akeshi hata ana habari tulikuwa tumetoka. Akeshi hujui tulifunga kipindi, umetokezea tu sahi. Anyway, how are you? Sawa. And this World Cup is weird. It is not weird. Vile hii World Cup ilipangwa because Marekani walikuwa wanataka kuunda pesa kabisa. They are genius economist. Walipanga hii World Cup venye kutatokezea magame noma before fatigue ingie. Unajua hii tournament wakapanga magame, wakapanga hii World Cup such that kutatokezea magame moto hata before ufike na uko quarter finals, ili kuendelea kuweka steam. Mbeleni ulikuwa unaona tu magame ndogo tu, like second round tu ni game ndogo, lakini sasa saa hii uko round of 32 na uko na Croatia, uko round of 32 na uko na Croatia hapo, Croatia na Portugal. Uko round of 32 uko na Morocco na Netherlands. So it was a way kuweka steam mapema ili Marekani waweze kupata do yao mapema. So even by the time sasa tumeanzia sasa kupata sasa France and Paraguay, you are now used to big games. So kuweka hiyo steam ili sasa they keep on making their money. So that is what is happening. So wacha niweke history ya Guns in Thika Road. Eno ya Acacia karibu sana. Wacha tusikie hapo.
Thika Road Friday morning, one of Nairobi's busiest highways, the artery that connects the capital to Kiambu County, grinds to a complete halt, not because of an accident, not because of construction, but because gangs of youths have taken over the road in broad daylight, armed with machetes, blocking traffic and robbing motorists who have nowhere to run. This is not a protest. This is not political activism. This is organized crime playing out in front of thousands of witnesses on camera in the middle of the morning rush. And it raises one uncomfortable question. After weeks of promises from the government to crush these gangs, why are they now operating more boldly than ever?
Hebu niulize Acacia kidogo, sijui kama Acacia hata wewe ni are you part of wewe ni mu UDA? Because unajua hapa tuliona watu wa UDA ndio wengi. So these days we are very careful. We are very careful in what we are doing. Tumekuja kurealize sisi tuna deal na watu ya UDA na ni sawa na tumekubali. So our channel looks like it's a UDA channel. So it's something we are trying to fathom. Tulifanya poll hapa the other day na wenye channel wakatushinda. So it's so unfortunate that we are running the channel on behalf of UDA guys. I did not see that coming. Ama nyinyi watu ni kunikasirisha, mlikuwa na I suspect hata wewe ulipiga yes wewe. Najua wewe unapenda. Hebu nirudie hiyo poll tena. Hebu nirudie hiyo poll. Wacha nione kama mliokoka. Sasa hii poll ikitani ni hivyo, hii poll ikitani ni hivyo nitafunga ya ukweli. Hebu tuone. Let's see. Let me provoke you people. Nataka kupewa se wa UDA. Nataka kupea wase wa UDA haya poll ndio hiyo mko nayo. So wase wa UDA mnaweza piga. Yeah, so pia nikiwa na nyinyi hapa na ngojea pia nione kama Messi atafunga bao kwa huyu jamaa wetu anaitwa Vozinha. Ati Budi anasema ati unasema tunafanya vasectomy UDA ikishinda. Haya, that is something which you have to consult. Unajua saa zingine there is a time when your life means more to others than to you. Unajua bwana Mbudi, nikisema leo nafanya vasectomy, kuna wale watu wanaweza piga nduru hata kuniliko. I have no problem in doing vasectomy, but is the world going to allow? Yeah, my immediate kins, are they going to allow? So those are so saa zingine it comes a time when your life does not belong to you. So Budi, ama ujui hivyo, kuna wakati maisha sio wewe. I think nimeweka hiyo poll because najua nangojea. So watu wa UDA pigeni kura hapo, mtufukuze vile mnataka. Yeah, so do you want this show to end? Oh, okay. Oh, hii ni ile ya kitambo. Iliisha na 52 48. So wase wanao wali na mko serious? Okay. 7 votes already. Should we close this show for good? Yes, naona yes wako 38. No 50. Tunaona bado wasa wa UDA wanaroma hapa. 50, not sure 12. Because already ukiweka yes na not sure already ni 50. Haya, let's see how it is going to solve. So it was a big thing which actually happened. So wacha tuone. Yeah, anyway, karibuni kwa show. I can see many of my friends have started arriving. Rex Budi siku hizi hutaki kukuja kwa show, which is okay. Mimi nimesema sitabembeleza watu tena. If you don't want to be part of the panel, na relax tu na achana nayo. I know Anne na Akeshi wanajitayarisha, they will be coming to the panel very soon. So kuna vile we are reinvigorating the panel. The panel is going to be different. Maybe new panelists are preparing. Maybe we break it. So lakini bwana Mbudi, kuna those small things which your party leader is saying, and I don't know the reason why he is saying those things. Your party leader said laini yake sio maandamano, and a few days ago he had said that maandamano is part of alikuwa amesema maandamano is ile maandamano watafanya, hata Raila hajaifanya maandamano kama hiyo. So I didn't understand why he had some mixed feelings there. But we need to monitor that carefully. Good. So other than that, let's have this video of goons finishing up. Lefu tuendelee. Goons in Thika Road. So
from the government to crush these gangs. Why are they now operating more boldly than ever? The chaos unfolded around the Pangani section of Thika Road. Groups of youths blocked sections of the highway, forcing panicked motorists to abandon their planned routes and search for any possible detour. Witnesses on the ground described seeing men marching along the road carrying machetes and other crude weapons, moving between stopped vehicles as smoke rose from the roadside. Video footage circulating from the scene shows a familiar and frightening pattern, bumper to bumper traffic stretching for thousands of meters, people running in different directions, and drivers sitting helplessly in their cars as the mob moves closer. Aerial images captured the sheer scale of the disruption, with highway, normally a fast-moving four-lane artery, reduced to a parking lot. Hundreds of commuters were left stranded. Thika Road is not a side street. It is one of the primary links between Nairobi and Kiambu, used daily by matatus, private vehicles, bodabodas, and long-distance transporters. When it shuts down, the ripple effect touches an entire region's economy, not just the people physically stuck in the jam. And yet, as of the time this story was published, the National Police Service had said nothing. No official statement, no confirmation of arrest, no update on injuries or property damage, even as Kenyans flooded social media demanding to know where security forces were and why armed men could block a major highway for an extended period without any visible law enforcement response. This is the part that should concern every Kenyan watching this video. This is not an isolated event. It is part of a growing and disturbing pattern where organized criminals infiltrate protests or simply stage their own disruption under the cover of demonstrations, using the chaos to rob, vandalize, and terrorize ordinary citizens who have nothing to do with whatever political grievance is supposedly being aired. Motorists have increasingly become the target of choice, trapped in their vehicles, unable to flee, carrying phones, cash, and valuables. It's an easy target, and it's becoming a routine one. Here's where the story gets political. Barely 2 weeks before this incident, President William Ruto personally directed Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen to launch a nationwide indiscriminate crackdown. His words on goons on the people financing them. Speaking on June 19th, the president didn't mince words. He accused a section of politicians, particularly figures in the opposition, of allegedly bankrolling organized youth gangs to unleash terror on political rivals and cause deliberate mayhem in the streets. It was framed as a decisive stand, a president publicly ordering his security chief to hunt down not just the foot soldiers but the financiers behind them.
Nakubaliana na yale yamesemekana ya kwamba we do not want a violent nation. Shida ya dunia hii, mtu akikosa mpango, akikosa akili, kama akili yake ni kidogo, anatafuta fujo. Ndio mnaona iko goons all over the place, because our goons
Murkomen, for his part, has repeatedly promised action. After Guns attacked a meeting at All Saints Cathedral, he vowed a firm response. He's also spoken about ordering police to
ati ndio mnaona kuna goons all over the place. Ati Ruto anajifanya ati hata story ya goons haelewi. Hey, kweli hii maisha. Now, I also want to read this serious accusation. Ati Budi anasema I became hostile to Anna and Acacia. Really? Wow. Tanjiro, you have become hostile to the panelists, especially Anna and Acacia. Mambo ni noma, mambo ni noma. Mjue niko hapa, mjue mkiona nimeruka, mjue Kabovande imefunga mbao. Wah! Haya makubwa kweli. Ati Njiru Asadu, I'm very empathetic person and more. So unajua naangalia hii pole yenyu. You people, you know, we have to start now getting serious. And I believe the question is very clear. The question is very clear. Should we close the show for good? Yes, 45%. No, 50. Not sure 5. Enyewe kweli mumeshiba. I didn't know. Kumbe ilikuwa imefika level ilikuwa ifika hii level. So mukisikia nikiwaambia hivyo, I'm surprised that ebu itabidi we have to start now investigating each other now. Ama nyinyi watu mna support Ruto na sina habari. You know, maybe my audience ni sio vibaya, ni vizuri pia mtu ajue audience wake. It's good, at least I need to know my audience. Maybe I need to understand, are my audience watu wa Ruto? Because yes, you guys, you are advising me. So Acacia, unaona sasa watu wanataka ulie vizuri sasa venye unasema atulilia. Sasa kuna sio mimi. So ukikuta siku moja nimefunga kituo it's kind of, yeah, so na sio kura kidogo by the way, because we are actually less than 20 people here. How many people are we today? Let me see. Yani mumechoka na, imagine we are 14 people, meaning that kuna watu wamekuja wakapiga kura na wakaenda. Kuna watu wamekuja wakapiga kura na wakaenda. So poll ndio hiyo. Niwacha kusema hiyo poll hakuna. So ama unataka kuita pia conspiracy tena? Yeah, nitasema is it astounding? Is it astounding or worrying? Okay, nitaanzia kuwaita na majina. So Ken Daniels, are you one term or Ruto? Miss you hiyo ujinga mnasemanga 2 terms sijui. Mimi unajua me I will not burn my midnight oil kuongelesha watu ya Ruto. I will not do that. And you know, those are same people that hacked Eri and put you up. No. Mi story ya kukujanga hapa kufanyia watu ya Ruto show, I will not do that. Muende tu Itumbe wafungulia show. I hope you are just bluffing with me. I hope you are just bluffing with me. It is not true. Unajua hizi ni zile vitu mtu anasemanga, no, it can't be that way. I hope it is not what sio vile unafikiria. Acacia, nichukue hivyo, sio hivyo unafikiria Njiru, sio hivyo. Should I take this one as one of the thing? Sio hivyo unafikiria. And should I take it should I take that one to be real? Njiru sio vile unafikiria, sio hivyo. Sisi tunaweza kuwa wase wa Ruto aje. Eh? So you people you people at the CEO, you guys, how can I for 2 years we have burnt our midnight oil here only for people to come and ama muniambie ni vile muligeuka mkakuja mkakuwa watu wa Ruto. No. I just want to get that that story from you guys. Mumereuka mkakuwa watu wa Ruto ama WhatsApp? Ladies and gentlemen, ati Mbudi anasema ati reverse psychology. Wacha ni uongo gani? No. You guys, you have to make me. Hebu nione kama hiyo namba already, hata kama even without even following that poll too much. Yes, with 43% is astounding. That is that's a very contested election. 53-52. No, 43-52. Yani out of enye na hawa sewa Ruto wameamua kutufrustrate. Hawa sewa Ruto hawa wameamua sisi ndio kusema. And we have to start asking ourselves, does it mean that wa Ruto, they are holding the narrative? Does it mean wa Ruto, they are holding the narrative? Or what is it? Hii mambo sielewi ba. Let me see what Acacia is saying. So I need people to comfort us now. These things are not looking real. Hii mambo aikai. Ati do what you like to do and remember that Ruto is burning the mid. Shineke. Guys, I can't believe, man. Muniambie tu ama unajua watu wanabadilikanga na watu wakibadilika saa zingine tu tuseme tu. People change. Yeah, we are not God. People change, we are not God. Aya, Thika Road. Alafu sasa mnasikia ati Ruto atakisema ati that's why you can see goons. Kila mtu niko ama pia sisi tuna pretend hapa. Unaona hata Ruto ile pande nyingine na pretend. That's why you can see goons all over the place. Ruto? Ati hata Ruto anashturiwa na goons. Ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu. Ni baraka. Kweli. Hii dunia, kabla hii dunia iishe, tutakuwa tumejionea makubwa. Kabla hii dunia ikunja kunjwa hivi, tutakuwa tumejionea makubwa. Ni Ruto anatokezea kwa TV. Ati hata yeye anashturiwa na goons. Dunia shuka. Dunia simama ni shuke, I mean.
To protect peaceful protesters while cracking down on the goons who hijack demonstrators for their own criminal purposes.
There is a phenomenon that has grown in the country where, especially perpetuated by political leaders, where people, when they want to go for their meetings, they have to mobilize goons to come to cheer them. They are carrying machetes, rungus, and other things, Your Excellency. These chiefs have had a very rough time managing public events, including funerals. And Your Excellency,
Mnasikia ati Murkomen anambrief Ruto story ya goons. Why? Hey. Ati Your Excellency. Ati goons are managing events. That's hiyo ndio tunaitanga high note speech. Hebu jamaa aseme tena. Ati hey manze. Hey. What? Hii ni mambo noma. Hebu musikie.
Who hijack demonstrators for their own criminal purposes.
there is a phenomenon that has grown in the country where especially perpetuated by political leaders, where people, when they want to go for their meetings, they have to mobilize goons to come to cheer them. They are carrying machetes, rungus, and other things, Your Excellency. These chiefs have had a very rough time managing public events, including funerals. And Your Excellency, from the ministry, we have discussed with the IG that Your Excellency, in the next, the most important issue we must deal with in the next few months is to make sure that Your Excellency, we deal with the issue of goons across the country. And I must say this, Your Excellency, this must be done without fear or favor. It must be done indiscriminately. And you know, Your Excellency, our IG and the security sector cannot condone that behavior. And what we saw yesterday in Nairobi cannot be condoned. And I believe that, Your Excellency, you will get results the way you directed the IG yesterday. You will get results to ensure that those who are behind carrying goons to meetings to paint security sector and to paint these officers in a bad light shall be dealt with, and they will face the law.
This also brings back the president's own allegation that certain politicians are financing these gangs to cause mayhem against rivals. If that allegation is true, then incidents like the one at Pangani aren't random criminal opportunism. They're strategic. They're designed to create instability, to make ordinary Kenyans associate protest movements with violence and theft, and to give the state justification for heavier security responses down the line. But if the government truly believes that finances are behind this, the silence following this particular incident, no NPA statement, no arrest confirmed, no public update, becomes even harder to explain. Either the crackdown ordered by the president isn't being executed with the urgency he demanded, or the structures behind these gangs are not resilient and more protected than officials are willing to admit. As for now, motorists on Thika Road are left with more questions than answers. Was this connected to a specific political grievance? Was it purely opportunistic robbery disguised as protest? Will the police name suspects, or will this join the growing list of incidents that fed from headlines without resolution? What is clear is this: the promise made in June about the indiscriminate crackdown on goons and their sponsors have not yet translated into visible results on Kenya's streets. And until they do, scenes like the one at Pangani on Friday morning are likely to keep repeating in broad daylight, with impunity, and with ordinary commuters paying the price. That's the situation as it stands right now. If police issue an official statement or confirm arrest, that will define whether this becomes another forgotten headline or an actual test of the government's promised crackdown. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Mesh Msembi.
With Kalshi, you
Yeah, I really like Mesh Musembi. So Mbudi anashangaa kwa nini nacheka. It's astounding. Unajua ukianzia kuona serikali inajifanya hivyo, sio kuseke, sio kuzuri. Can you imagine hadi wanatengeneza event Ruto na Murkomen, the government makes an event to go and pretend. And we think things are normal. The government makes an event to go and pretend. It's not a joke. We are in the worst moments of our life. Can you imagine Kibaki pretending wakati anaumiza watu? Can you imagine Uhuru pretending wakati anaumiza watu? We are not serious. Mbudi, sema unataka ring, nitatuma tu. Kama Andy-Terrace, kwa nini kiongozi wako alisema yeye laini yake sio maandamano, and the other day he had said yeye ile maandamano atafanya ni kubwa, itakuwa kubwa hata kuliko ile hata Mbudi wamekuwa wawili. Sijui kama ni Mbudi wameingia, sijui kama ni Mbudi ameingia na mtu yake which is okay. Yeah, congratulations the other Budi, Lucy Budi. Yeah, that is tough, man. Gava ina pretend, man. I didn't see that coming. Kenya has become a goon's paradise. Haya, 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 haya. Budi, 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 jibu hiyo. Budi, budi. Budi, kuna misari imeanguka hapo, hebu jibu. Naona mumeamua kukuja kama
Tough
familia.
questions there being asked by Vera Mourao. Where exactly is the security of Kenyans and assurances that they do deserve now? Motorists and commuters using Thika Superhighway today experienced disruption after a group of suspected goons reportedly blocked the busy highway near the Pangani area. The incident has sparked many questions as regards to whether Kenya has become a goon's paradise. The government has been under fire for doing little to tame the rise in goonism in the country, involving criminal groups and politically mobilized youth, with Kenyans now continuously feeling unsafe in their neighborhoods. Milie Kasienya looks at past events that show the growing trend of goonism in the country.
The fascination of goons reflects a growing discourse in Kenya regarding the weaponization of disenfranchised youth by politicians and influential elites to intimidate rivals, disrupt gatherings, and control public protest. The growing trend charging its existence into the country. And with a growing concern, the government appears to have been doing little to tame the trend. Kenyans left unsure of their safety.
Watatakatwa matiti na watu na those goons na ni watu wanajulikana na wanaonekana.
I was there, I stood, I could not run. My children were there with me crying.
Most recent cases that left Kenyans raising serious questions about the state of security in the country include the gruesome attack on the Senator Godfrey Osoti, who was attacked while in a hotel in Kisumu County. Not forgetting former cabinet minister Raphael Tuju, who was reportedly attacked by goons at his current home who forcefully wanted to evict him. And the case of former DP Rigathi Gachagua, who was attacked by goons while attending a church service in Othaya in Nyeri County. A similar incident happened at the All Saints Cathedral in Nairobi, where goons stormed the church and disrupted a post-budget forum. And with all these goons attack, government seems to have done little to contain the situation.
Because our goons ni watoto innocent, wanatumiwa na wanasiasa bankrupt, mwenye hawana akili, anaenda anapanga fujo.
50% of our police stations don't have any form of transport. And that is an impediment, actually, in the provision of services.
We will not tolerate goonism, hooliganism, and even violence in our...
Ni kama uende uroge mtu alafu wakati wa matanga yake ndio unatokezea hapo unalia sana. That's all what I'm seeing with our akina Omolo. Then there is also a very serious statement imenipata hapo ati ya polisi ati 50% of Kenyan police hawana means of transport. Sinaonanga almost every police station iko na gari ya JK. Is that a statement true? Ati 50% of police stations do not have means of transport. That is what this guy is saying. Hii ndio statement nataka mverify hapa.
Percent of our police stations don't have any form of transport. Percent of our police stations don't have any form of transport. And that is
Hapo he is giving reasons. He is giving reasons of why goons should be there. Actually, this one is a very calculated statement. What this guy is trying to say is that sisi magoons hatuwezi pigana na wao. And he is trying to give a reason which is close to reality. Sisi hatuna transport, tutaenda kupiga. Do you need transport to go and fight goons? Police stations are usually within a radius. Kama hata mapolisi hawana magari, they can walk. Police stations zinakuanga like in my village where I come from. within a distance of 2 kilometers, we have a police post. Within a distance of 2. So actually, police posts are in walking distance. Uko na buduki, unaogopa nini kama lazima mutembee? Watembee basi kama wana magari. But that statement is not true at 50% of Kenyan. Na anakuja hapa kulia. So why are they not investing then? This one is then this is a clear indication the government has failed. In the 21st century, you are talking about hamuna magari. Huh? Munasema hamuna gari in the 21st century. Munasema hamuna magari. Ni swali tu nauliza. In the 21st century, munasema hamuna magari. This is a joke.
An impediment actually in the provision of services.
We will not tolerate goonism, hooliganism, and even violence in our politics.
The series of such chaos caused by suspected goons has now lifted the lead on past incidences that rule the streets of different parts of the country. The metamorphosis of the Mungeki sect that terrorized Kenyans being linked to the current situation. The case of Mombasa wielding gangs that gave Mombasa residents sleepless nights, not so different. Security experts are now warning that if little is done, the country could slowly be sliding back to this era.
I find the police IG is actually helpless. He cannot defend himself because the very people who are actually perpetuating are the very people making the laws. And therefore, I sympathize with him. But then, if he has to apply the law, he needs to get the support of the executive and the support of judiciary in reining in of these criminal gangs. Because I can assure you, from my historical perspective, if we don't deal with this problem today, the IG will actually blame himself.
The latest attacks witnessed at Pangani along Thika Superhighway raises serious questions regarding how police officers failed to show up on time, with the police station being 50 meters away. The road remained blocked for 15 minutes, while police officers at the scene appeared to watch without immediately intervening. The GSU headquarters being at Allsop area, the SIU office at Kiambu Road, not so far from the area of attack. Kenyans have been left asking themselves, who will ensure the safety of the common mwananchi? Milia Kisienya, KTN.
Yeah, na muacha mambo mingi. We just have a friendly comment section. Muacha story mingi. So musitane saitani sana. Yeah. Haikuwa ikuwe serious. Sasa yeah, isikuwe serious. Kama ni friendly fire is okay, lakini kama ni vitu serious, yeah, muniambie ni withdraw. Kama ni friendly, kama hivyo ndivyo mnakaribishananga kwa show ni sawa. Nyinyi watu mnataka kunirushia makombora, sitaweza. Niko na video ya Omoro hapa, lakini sitaki kucheza, so sitaki kucheza video ya Omoro. So wacha niweke history ya injuries kwa
Ng'ang'a KTN.
Kwa story ya Linda Mwananchi, watu waliumizwa, sijui kwa nini watu waliumizwa. Oh, it's already on actually.
The opposition's Linda Mwananchi movement today pitched camp in Gusii land, assuring its supporters that they will not allow any plan to divide the opposition. Instead, its leaders presented themselves as a united force seeking to unseat President William Ruto's administration, accusing the government of failing to deliver on key campaign promises. Our reporter Bramwell Bwire followed the day's events and now reports.
By mid-morning Friday, the Linda Mwananchi caravan had already pitched camp in Gusiland. Its first stop was Mosocho, where the one-term brigade joined residents at Women Empowerment Fundraiser before the convoy made its way into Kisii Town. As the caravan approached the capital roundabout, the sounds of whistle, campaign songs and chanting supporters filled the air. With supporters packed by the vehicles, the leaders sought to project one message above all else: unity.
Kama kuna mtu analala mahali anafikiria ati Sifuna atachochwa asimame kura peke yake, alafu tukute ati Kasongo amepita katikati, nataka niseme nikiwa Kisii, haitawezekana. Wanakaa usiku mzima kupanga vile watasambaratisha sisi, si mmeona? Lakini mmeona viongozi wamebaki na umoja.
From unity, the conversation shifted to governance, the leaders accusing President William Ruto's administration of failing to deliver on key campaign promises.
Tuliambiwa mama mboga atatoka bottom kwenda up. Nani ametoka bottom kwenda up? Nani ametoka bottom kwenda up? Nani ametoka bottom kwenda up? Tuliambiwa kwa mavijana kila mwaka tutakuwa na kazi 1,000,000. Kijana mgani hapa ako na kazi? Kwa hivyo hii serikali ni usio vijana. Ruto anaua vijana maui. Wangapi wanasema Ruto anaua vijana maui? Raila alisema wakiandikana na Ruto, usiteke watu wetu, usiwateke nyara. Ruto anawateka nyara ama hawateke nyara?
And after President William Ruto recently questioned whether the movement has a clear agenda, Friday's rally also became an opportunity to provide an answer.
Sisi tunapigania maneno matatu. Ya kwanza ni mambo ya viwanda, ya pili ni mambo ya kupatia watoto wetu wa secondary free education, la tatu ni mambo ya mahospitali yetu. Hii serikali inasema imejengea watu nyumba. Kuna mtu akona nyumba hapa?
The opposition leaders said they will continue taking their message to different parts of the country as they seek to consolidate support ahead of the next general election. Bramwell Bire, KTN, Kisii.
Yeah, sijaona Karebamisi. Karebamisi is mysteriously missing. I don't know why. Na Argentina washapata bao moja already, wale wanaona mchezo. So those who are vouching for Cabo Verde kama mimi, muendelee kushikilia mkojo. Kuna mtu aliniambianga, somebody told me that when you are watching a game and you go to the bathroom, to the washroom, as they call them here in America, ati timu yako inashidangwa. So kama utaki timu yako ishindwe, lazima uishike kabisa. Ushike kabisa mpaka mchezo iishe. Hata wakienda penalty dakika ngapi, ushike, usiende. So somebody told me that once you go and pee, timu yako imeshindwa. So kama hautaki timu yako ishindwe, lazima ushike hiyo kitu kabisa. So sijui kama ni stereotype ingine ama ni mythology ingine ama ni conspiracy ingine, kama za kina Arnold ashatuambia Portugal ashachukua kikombe 3-1 kina Mexico. So haya ni sawa. I think sasa mumetulia sasa. So I want a friendly talk now. Sitaki sasa muende to the extremity. Kwanza nimekuja kujua Keshi anaweza Keshi anaweza koroga kabisa. Wow. Lucy ya sawa, karibu. By the way, I've not seen Lucy here again. But ni sawa, tunashukuru. So naona Mbudi anasema ati ameamini ni sisi tulihack tulihack who is he called? Ati anasema ni sisi tulihack makubwa haya. Anyway, we will keep on fighting and doing the right thing. Naona sasa ati Kipril TV. Kipril, unless unakuja na madha ndio tutakurushia link. Lakini kama unakuja peke yako, no. Lazima tuanzie kukua serious sasa. You know, can you imagine 36% of us here are saying tufunge show for good. At least 60% are saying no. Anyway, number imeanzia kukaa mzuri. But this number should be 98.2%. Still 36 is a very big number. Yeah, Kipril anasema ati Man Solo. Si unasikia hata nani amekubali mahacking. Ati I'm the one who hacked Ellie. Sasa wacha niwekee Kipril link hapa akuja salimiane. Kabla nifunge niende nikaone Argentina wakifungana bao. Akeshi ya leo. Wow. Ati ask him the litmus test question. Akikuja tutamuuliza. Ya tuna. Na Kipril ufungue kamera. Fungua kamera. Sasa ati unajifanya ati Martha Karua na Sifuna ndio ambassador wako.
What's wrong, man? Are you having an extra, what is it called? Existential crisis. What is happening, man?
Kwani crises are good. When human beings do not have crisis, they are not doing well. So unataka kutuambia your life is merry and losses. Mimi sinanga.
No, obviously.
Mimi siku hizi hata nimeacha kusalimia watu because nimekuja kujua even from the onset hata salamu inakuanga uongo. How are you? I'm fine. It's not true. I'm not fine. You are not fine. So why should I even greet you? Na salamu ni uongo.
What is wrong? What is wrong? Tell me, explain.
Yeah, I needed you to open the camera. The reason why I'm complaining ni show yetu imetani kukua ya watu wa UDA bwana. Tunagonga pola hapa, watu wa UDA karibu wanatugonga bwana.
Honestly.
Wala Kipril.
Unajua hata shetani.
Sunday to turn to a UDA channel.
You know, that is why Jesus went to fast for 40 days in the desert.
At least nimeona uko umefungua. Na by the way, Australia imegongwa very good. I was very happy.
I'm here to understand what is going on with you. Umekuwa stressed out. Nini mbaya?
No, unajua tokaana niambie Portugal ndio wanachukua hii kikombe. I'm not okay.
Relax. Football is it's not about that. Let's talk about why you want to close your show.
Because I feel there is too much comfort. Ni kama mumekubali huyu Ruto aendelee kuwatoa ngozi.
No, I've not accepted it. There's nothing like that. I think for me,
prove me wrong that there's no you know, according to me, I don't think Ruto is doing anything, but Ruto is relying on our mistakes. Unajua hata kwa football, you don't need to do the best. You can rely on your opponent mistakes and you win a game. So for me, I think Ruto is not doing anything. He is waiting us to do all the miscalculation. Alafu apenye hapo. You are taking.
There's something Gachagua has not done that is not making you happy. That's what I think is happening. For me, I still have hope. And then I think you've been in the
what
show
is hope?
without
Keep according to you, what is hope? For me, I have hope. What is hope?
The man up there, like I'll tell you, the Sifuna movement. I mean, I might not like Gachagua, But I also like what he's doing. I like what Gachagua is doing. I like what Kalonzo is doing. I like also the energy of Kenyans. They don't want this guy. I know at the moment we seem to be in a disadvantage. I know that things seem a bit bleak. I know that these guys have been bullying you. But you see, nobody believes anything that they say about you. So achana nao akisema is ujinga. I think hiyo kitu imekusumbua sana. Just ignore it. You see, the problem is ni pia wewe kupembelezana na hao.
I think
You
Kibril, you are
entertain
not
them.
understanding. Mimi ile kitu inanisumbua kwanza ni, you know, me I'm that person. Me I'm a linear person. Mimi nafuatanga narrative moja. So when Gachagua comes and says ile maandamano tutafanya Kenya ijaionekana, hata Raila hakuna maandamano alikuwa anafanya, then 1 week next anakuja anasema he start to castigate maandamano ni kama maandamano sio kitu important. I am unable to connect such narratives which change with the time. Me I'm a fixed person. Mimi nafuatanga kitu moja. Mimi ni mtu wa kufuata point.
So, I mean, if you've noticed something, I did not follow the mandamanos for the last two mandamanos. I'm talking about people going on the streets from there after what happened with the Matatu strikes. Yeah, that was the last time I actually put my hopes on any anarchy or mandamano sense in Kenya. Bado tujaguzwa vizuri. That's the unfortunate thing as Kenyans. So you see, the thing is, for almost now, it's going to be 4th year now. I think we've been putting too much emphasis on going to the streets. I think for those who are going to take it badly, I don't care. I really don't. Excuse me, I don't care. The citizens' civil disobedience, the Maandamano movement, was ruined by Raila. Raila ruined that thing. The mentality of Kenyans is scheduled maandamanos. Tutaenda kwa streets, tukae hapa, siku moja tupige kelele, people lose their lives. That's even the worst thing. So I don't even, like, we cannot, hatuwezi mwaga damu, and then we don't get any results after that. The same people are going to dance together, the same whatever it is. So even I think even from Gashagua's point of view, there's no need. Hakuna haja. There's no need of castigating ourselves. It is the whole thing. He ruined it. He spoiled it. It was just a facade for us to go on the streets. Then he goes and negotiates in the background. So for me, if Gachagua says there's no mandamano, it's fine. It's not even his style. And I think he misspoke. I think he got a bit
he has
excited.
to be consistent.
Hold on. He got a bit excited. He got carried away. And then obviously he does not know he has followers like you who will take everything literally, like Muslims. When they listen to Muhammad, they'll listen to him and take everything literally. Waseme Quran ilisema hivi, na watafanya hiyo vile iliandikwa kwa Quran. But then as us Christians who believe in logical stuff, you have to take Gachagua with a pinch of salt. And I still think he's a force to reckon with. Don't give up on him. He has done a lot of good. Amepatia to headache. And obviously, yes, the Olkarao thing is very scary. I think that is what is causing you a lot of anxiety. I know that is what is causing you a lot of anxiety. And I know as a fact, hiyo ikifanyika tu sisi wote tutasema, you know, ataiba. But watching what Medho is doing, I know we keep patting ourselves in the back, keep giving ourselves hope. I still feel like Olkarao is a very difficult constituency to steal. Very difficult at the moment. You've seen how the people of Olkarao are behaving. Imurdikir, I explained to you that, yes, we did look like we were going to win, but there was somebody, I explained to you, I don't think you were listening at that point in time, that walienda wakatoa wazee walienda kuchukuliwa, walipakiwa kwa magari. It was still very peaceful in most of the areas in Burderkir, and the guy pulled a fast one on us, did campaigns last minute, and obviously that is still, it is still, I'll tell you the truth, it was still a very good results for Gachagua. I can, from the bottom of my heart, I was very angry, but then when somebody that is pro Sifuna came and explained to me that that was groundedly, most of the ground was okay. The ones that we're still bitter about as the people of the opposition is actually Ile and Bere. Bere North, that was completely unfair. That was complete, and the way Gachagua actually completely shunned it off is what was causing a lot of a headache. Then in Malava, we had a very weak person. You know, just sometimes, let me tell you, sometimes even when you're picking candidates for these things, we need strong, bullish people. We need people that will not take any nonsense. Like I'll tell you, Karis, very, very popular candidate. Very popular. But even after the elections, what was the sort of behaviors that Karis was having, or what sort of behaviors did Karis start? Alianza kusema nimesota, alianza kusema sijui nini, you know, these kind of behaviors actually do not show you as a strong person. It doesn't matter, like right now, it doesn't matter what sort of leaders you're looking for right now. Right now, we need animals. I'll be honest with you. Tunataka wanyama. We need actual, like right now when I see Morara Kebaso going to his constituency, anatesa where MP sana, and you've seen his interviews. Join Jubilee. I don't believe in that man's politics. But those are the kind of people we need to be on the ground and show bullish behavior. We don't want soft people. Ruto's cartoons and Ruto's. Why do you think, like let's just look at America. Why do you think that the Republicans usually win? Hakuna kupembelezana na watu ati unaongea soft. People are tired of soft, you know, with the exhaustion and actual the political atmosphere right now, you cannot show softness. You can't. And for you, as a pundit or somebody that actually means well for the country, sasa unatishwa na watu kidogo wa UDA, wanaanza kukubuli, they know your soft spots, and then you take them seriously. Oh, nataka kufunga show. Why? If you need a break, well and good. That is all right. If you're having exhaustion, wenda ukumzike. Let me tell you, it's summertime also. You've got to also notice that right now. It's summertime. Some guys here have gone for holiday. And this is actually, it's mid-season. So what you'll see most of your guys join or hata wakae kwa nyumba. So tulia bro. Things will hit up.
Heat wave in Kugonga, where you are.
Yeah?
Heat wave has been very bad in France. What about where you are?
We live in a small island bana. Hapa tunakuanga na humidity ingine hapo mbaya sana. Obviously meant to hit vibaya. So the tubes, people are fainting. Every year we have people dying. Wazungu hits here. I was born iko juu kwa highlands za Rift Valley. Hii ni jua too much. Hii jua ni too much for me. Naambianga wazungu wanawezi na mimi, yeah, black, you should be used to this. Naambia hapana. Mimi nilizaliwa huko juu, cool areas. Ni kama kuambia mtu wa Limuru. It's like speaking to somebody in Limuru, mwambie sasa hiyo jua ya Mombasa ama hiyo jua ya Nairobi, it's okay for you. Atakwambia they are used to living in cool areas. Those are cool areas of Kenya. So ukimpatia sweater akiwa Nairobi atakuangalia kama mjinga, you know. So it is plain and simple. So me, I just really want to understand my brother. Unatisho na watu wa UDA. Kwani amekufanyia nini? You see, another problem with you, let me tell you. Another problem with you is the fact that ulitishwa na ile story ya kufungiwa nini show na hawa watu. The first thing is we discussed this on the other side. We discussed it. I cannot say it out loud here. Wataenda kuiclip alafu waende kuweka huko. But we had a formula for that. Because this is bullying. They are bullying you to submit on submission. Uncle, wazungu wanasemanga uncle, umetusiwa mkono unasema uncle. Because you can now retaliate to YouTube and say they are the ones who are bullying me. Ati mpaka ati mpaka umetengeneza poll. Let them come here and debate you. So what have you given up on? Have you given up on Kenyan politics?
Nani mimi? I cannot give up on Kenyan politics, but I can give up on people who are doing Kenyan politics. You know, those are two different things. You don't need to give up on the politics, but you can give up on the people.
How can you give up on Gachagua? How? Why?
I am still not convinced.
Kupatia maandamano, ulitaka kuona streets.
No, it's not about maandamano because then what? In case things don't go, ni swali tu nauliza, if things don't go the way we want, so yeye tu atatuambia tu we just follow the constitution. I mean, actually Gachagua ndiye mtu wa kuibia vizuri. Mtu anaogopa maandamano hata unasema
the last time this happened
to you. What should the root of fear in Gachagua? If Gachagua is saying raini yake sio maandamano.
Chill. I'll explain to you. Right now, you should have the mentality that anything can happen. Anything can happen. And I'm sure for you, you're thinking of 2027 as the end point. Mimi nishafikiria what if.
No, me, I don't have 2027. If we miss it, we will disperse na muta iniona kwa siasa tena. 2027 for me is a cracking point. Because hakuna haja ya story ya kuongea story ya siasa na Ruto wako hapo. So for me, if we don't make it, I'm retiring. Na
utaka America. Utaka America.
I don't know what will happen beyond that, but what I'm trying to say is that if 2027 we are not making it, hata utaisikia nikiongea story ya siasa tena. Nitasema sasa Ruto fanya kenye unataka sasa. Hata ukitaka kutuskina live, wewe fanya kenye unataka sasa. I take it that Christ. I take it that so for me 2027
can I tell you the truth?
Is my bigger point. So if I don't make it in 2027, mimi utaisikia nikiongea siasa tena.
Can I tell you the truth? I've already switched off myself.
Then you are not a serious human being. Come on, switch off.
Serious,
you are not
but
serious.
you see, I told you,
you have to be this one to win and do the best.
Some of us, no. Some of us were really ill for almost a year, especially from August to August. Tulikuanga wagonjwa bana. Unajua hata ukiona sura yao mtu bana, I still can't see him. Wait.
And that's why
just wait bana. Listen. Nilikuwa ill, hata kuona sura yao mtu mimi sikuweza kufanya hivyo. Na YouTube, that is my own opinion. I feel I don't want to see his face. So it's not hate speech. Hata kuona sura yao mtu sikutaka. I was ill. I felt really bad for a year. Nikaenda nikafikiria mzee akatupatia hope, sijui tunaenda maandamano. Then when he died, hata hiyo, let me tell you, I still had remnants of hope when he was still alive. Kwa sema it's his last thing he'll do, he'll pull an abracadabra on us and whatever it is. But then now, recently, I even started thinking, even Raila would have done the same thing again to us. Angekuja hapa by then, this is the time angeanza kutufanyia hiyo mchezo. I'm going to talk to the people. Unaona what Sifuna is going to do, is doing, I'm going to talk to the people, going to do anaitanga hiyo consult with the wananchi.
Tunaenda kuuliza wananchi wanataka tufanye nini.
Consult with the people. Alafu sisi
tuko hapo tunangojea majibu. Wewe wacha kunikumbusha, that was one of our retrogressive politics. Na hatuwezi kufuata vitu kama hizo. So lazima tukianzia kuona kiongozi anafanya missteps, tuna shout mapema. Sio hivyo. We failed because we never shouted to Raila. Ati anajua.
Ati akikwambia mtoto bibi yako ako pregnant, ndio kununua diapers.
Siwezi nunua.
So I think even by now he had a cultish following. I was one of them. And I'll tell you the truth, that guy had such a sweet mouth, very sweet words coming out of his mouth, that at this point in time, mungeanza kumusikia, mungeanza kumuona akifanya vitu hivi. Hata labda angeenda kuongea na Gachagua nianze siwi. We come together and then tutafanywa tu karata hapo, and then tukifika 2027 tuwekea carpet tena, and then hivyo. But there is hope. There is actually hope. But just around the mental health part of things, don't do what we did in 2027 and put all your heart and might into it. Weenda tu piga kura and hope for the best. Na kuomba Mungu tu, also pray for it. And these discussions are also healthy. But don't make definitive answers.
So unasema to approach 2027 tukijua Ruto anaweza rudi tena. Is that what you want to put in my mind?
Yeah.
Hakuna. Basi kama ni hivyo niambie tu niachane nayo mapema.
No, he could still, no, for me it is it's the fact that I had nimeamsha roba. Kokia jina Raila. Nimeamsha roba. No, just because I'll tell you, me, I have a very weak heart when it comes to certain things. The amount of psychological turmoil I had when Raila's vote was stolen for the third time, me supporting him. I know there are guys who supported him prior to that. This was it. I already knew what sort of person, what sort of animal, that is my opinion, YouTube, what sort of animal Ruto was going to be to the Kenyans. So for me, nilisikia uchungu sana. I was hurt. So even when my party leader said that, yeah, we did the video there, alisema ati now most of what we rely on is the people. I said, Bwana, come on, man, you have to have extra stuff that you have in the back, in like extra shell or bullets that you have that is going to go against Raila. So if you rely on the people, that scares me. What are you talking about? I already know the temperament of Kenyans. The ones who are shouting the loudest are not the ones who are going to be on the street. That's a fact. Like, for example, the guy who's a few of the guys, I actually see them doing it. Na alikuwa anapiga hapa kelele sana. And then the rest of you, shame on
umeona Ruto akijifanya ati magoons, ati we have goons everywhere. Umesikia Ruto ati anasema ati we have goons everywhere now.
Si ni kazi yake. What do you expect? You see, he's built an animal.
But why is he pretending?
He's built an animal. He's actually built an animal that he can't control right now, because each and every politician from MCA to MP to governor, wote wanagunzi wao. It's a culture that has come with this current governor. And by the way, the Goonism is not the Goonism is not actually just the Ruto people. It's also the opposition people have goons. The Goonism culture is awful in Kenya, I'll tell you the truth.
Opposition has goons?
Any politicians, what hata Sifuna na goons by the way. Hata Sifuna kona goons.
Hiyo itabidi unielezee vizuri. So in other words, you know, when you are saying everybody has goons, it's like you are now saying it's an acceptable culture. Juu kila mtu ako nayo.
They're pretending to us by the, I'll tell you the truth. Unafikiria, what do you think happened in Mombasa?
So does Gachagua have goons? Does Gachagua have
goons? Yes, kwanza sugu sana hao. Wake ni sugu sana. Nani, what is his name? What do you think happened in Kisumu? You think akina Babu were just protected for free?
So Budi ameenda.
Goonism is a very big culture in Kenya and I hate it.
So no, mi leo sikuelewi. Kipriru, you have to be real. So you want to tell me goon is not a modern lifestyle? You want to say goons is something which has been Baba alikuwa na goons?
Kwani unafikiria Men in Black ni nani?
Okay, to some extent that one I would agree, but nataka uniambie, yani unataka kusema all politicians have goons?
Yes.
So so then if that is okay, Budi, can you first of all react to that? Budi, can you react to that? All politicians have goons. Discuss. Juu hata mimi nimeshtuka.
I mean, is that a question or an answer, Njiro?
I can't believe si mimi nimeanzia kusikia story ya goons sahi. Si goons nimeanzia kusikia sahi na mimi.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a simple question. What is the business community of Nairobi?
Sorry?
What was the business community of Nairobi?
Namafimbo.
During the Maandamano, when we said IBC must, Hassan must go, who are the so-called branded, the business community of Nairobi? Were those businessmen?
Niliona majamaa wako na marasta hapo.
The problem we are having is this. We have created Uhuru to be a saint. Okay? And anything that will taint the reputation of Uhuru or Kibaki in regard to issues that right now Ruto is doing, we seems to be in a deep slumber on it. Issues of goons have existed in Kenya for a very long time. Even Raila had goons, men in black. Who are men in black?
Na mbona hatukuwaita goons hiyo time? Ama ni vile sasa sahi tumeipea the real name?
So the question is, you have a problem with the name or actions?
Nile, that time we were not able to pronounce it well because the way we are covering
so because we never pronounced it, that is the problem you're having now.
Yes, I'm having that problem because if we used to have goons Kitambo and
so
right
the
now
fact
we also
that
have
we did
goons.
not pronounce it does not mean they never existed.
So, and what is the difference between criminals and goons?
I mean, now you're running away from the very question you brought up.
No, I'm not running. Nataka nielewe. Budi, go ahead.
Wacha maybe mwenye alianza atusaidie kidogo. Endelea hapo.
You know, Njeru, you're running away from the reality that that we've been seeing it, but we've been ignoring it because they're on our side. Because that
Who is Mungiki?
They're on our side.
Who is Mungiki? I mean, the fact that over time, you know, this biological process ambayo ina make, you know, things to be green inaitwaje, because we didn't do biology. The fact
photosynthesis.
They have been photosynthesized now to a new name because of very unpopular president does not take away that the progression of goons is not just a pop-up. It's not popcorns. It is what we created. And actually, at some point, we have jeered and geared it. Most of all political formations that Raila has had, every time, the fact that I have supported him to the core, at some point, because he had to deal with government that actually was against him, he had to protect himself. And people like Echesa, how did they come up to the front line? Echesa was a Baba's goon in Mumias. How did Farouk Kibet come?
Simbarati.
Look at Farouk Kibet. Ruto never founded Farouk Kibet. Farouk Kibet is a creation of Raila Amolo Odinga. These were Baba's boys in the ground because security couldn't be afforded. So when we are dealing about goonism, you cannot deny, we have said it before. Babu Wino is a goon. We know that.
Kisumu was a success because of goons. The people think, oh,
we are saying Simbarati is a
goons.
No, let me ask you. You are saying Simbarati is a goon, but there is one who is a gooner than Simbaruti or goonest. That's why today Kisi was protected. So the reality is we cannot run away from the fact that now they have actually gone to a point whereby, because Ruto must also use them, or he has subscribed to them, because currently it doesn't, the center doesn't hold water. Ruto doesn't trust the security as it was structured. And you can understand the man who was in the security. I've said it more often than not. People like Rigathi Gachagua, I've said it openly. I received raw intelligence. So, I mean, it would be improper for Ruto to just depend on that security. So I think the issue of goonism is not a pop-up. It is an issue that we ourselves at some point feared and jeered without knowing that it is at some point it is going to get out of our hands. And I think this is the critical moment that if we don't deal with it, forget about it. The future is going to be more difficult. Every politician has goons today. When they go to meetings, those border guys, for instance, I am so happy this boy was killed by a PS. I'm 100% happy. I will not apologize for that. You are told, go mobilize young people so that they can come here to lie that we are supporting the government. You go do that. You go get other goons. When you're given 10,000 to share among 100, you want us to give sympathy to you. When we have said that this is caste money, that's a form of goonism. Why would a PS for youths make a makeshift and lie that, and now they are saying he was a ringleader of a person who goes and mobilizes people to come and make a show. Even PSS are using goons. You saw in the by-elections that were here, the IEBC was very categorical. He said, goons were used. It is beyond us. The report that the IEBC gave to Parliament, for you to become a politician today, transfer. That's why people like Maraga are very weak. Maraga are very weak. They don't have goons. So they are not politicians. Every politician in Kenya today, when he enters a funeral, matanga, anywhere, especially after the aftermath of what happened to Otsosi, you don't just walk. You saw what Professor Tom Ojienda did to Orengo. And even the family castigator say, we saw you come with those goons. Openly. Professor Ojienda coming with the goons.
Who did Orengo come with to protect him? When alitembea nao akiingia kwa funeral.
Oh, can you put no, can you put what Orengo said? I want you to put what Orengo said today to Simbarati about him being a chief goon more than him. He's the one who taught Simbarati on having goons. Put that clip here. Put that clip where Orengo spoke in Kisi sema mimi ndio nimfundisha huyu. maneno ya goons. Weka hiyo clip
Look
hapo.
for that one. Look for that one. Let
Weka
me
hiyo
look for
clip
that one.
and run away with it.
The other funny thing is when I'm
Kama
looking for
hizo
the
mtu alifunza huyu maneno ya goons ni mimi. Openly. And I was like, did Orengo just say that?
Was he on top of a car? Nimeona.
No, you put it. Njiru is running away from a reality.
By the way, Alex, when they said they have 104,000 agents in Jeru, 104,000 agents, those are not agents that the opposition is bringing. Those are 104,000 goons. All Karao elections will be protected by goons. Let's talk reality.
So why are you saying agents are goons? Unajua mimi sielewi sasa, we are mixing issues.
Ai bana bro. Wewe tutakufundisha siasa aje bana. You seem to not know Kenyan politics.
Njiru is a Republican.
Who's got the strongest
Njiru is a Republican. He lives in a ranch. Watu wanakaanga Magalo wa Munyoro, they can't subscribe to si wamesema hawaendi maandamano. Wa Munyoro and Magalo, yeah, they are the same. Hawaendi maandamano, hawajui maandamano ni nini.
I was not very happy of that.
No, weka hiyo kitu.
Weka Alex clip yake
Let us exhaust what you are denying before I say what I want to hear.
Tutoe kikosi moja hatari by saa 12 asubuhi. Kasongo kuwa ameenda nyumbani. Wangapi wanakubaliana na sisi? Timu ni moja, tamu ni moja, timu ni moja. Asanteni sana. Nataka nichukue fursa hii, babu ananikumbusha shot pia ni moja. Wacha nichukue fursa hii niwakaribishie viongozi wengine wako hapa. Nataka Mheshimiwa James Orengo, Mheshimiwa James Orengo na Mheshimiwa Sosi wazungumze, alafu tutajulisha kwa wabunge wengine. Kisii oye! Sijawaona Kisii oye! Kisii mnisikiza? Nataka muambie Arati, mimi ndio headquarter ya fujo. Mimi ndio headquarter ya fujo. Mimi ndio mnemfunza Arati tukiwa na babu, lakini kwa sasa akijaribu kuleta fujo hapa Kisii, tutaonana mundu kwa mundu. Cha pili, mimi nasema hivi, tulikuwa tunapiga kura pamoja, Wakisii wamepiga.
Yeah, imetosha. Have you heard it loud and clear? Ama nataka kusikia tena?
Unajua Njiru, let me say one of the things, Njiru, let me advise you. The reason I came up here is this. Stop. You know, if you have this temperament as if uko na mood swing kuja kwa watu, I mean, just stop the show if you want to. First of all, you are not professional. Unakujanga hapa, unauliza mtu swali, unafanya fala. Several times, unakujanga, unatuliza maswali, you freaking F doing your things back there, and you're not even listening to what you asked people. And then, mtu akimaliza, in like 2-3 minutes, then you wake up from that deep slump, unasema, oh, so let's go to the next one. Like, you've made a fool out of ourselves here, more often than not. Unanielewa? So secondly, you come here, sometimes you act like we really don't know what we are talking about when it comes to topical, like goonism. You don't listen to siasa. Unakuja hapo unajifanya kuwa ati siasa hujui kama kila mtu ako na goons. When Orengo has said today kuwa hata yeye, he is the master of fujo. So then you start acting ignorant kuwa I'm afraid. Kwa hivyo kila mtu ako na goons. Mtu already amesema yeye ndio headquarter ya goons. So let me ask you, from where do we discuss politics if the latest politics you are denying it? I mean, you have made a fool out of us sometimes. Sorry for that.
Aki na venye siku hizi siku hizi venye na focus na nyinyi, alafu unasema si focus. Aki, I'm focusing with you, I'm focusing on the aki, na venye nimeimprove body yake.
Jiru is not
No,
about
you have to be.
improvement. Jiru, it's not about improvement. Let me tell you, one of the things that I echo Bernard, Mgala muue lakini mpe haki yake. Bernard came dressed, Bernard came focused, Bernard came ready to deal with anybody who was anti-Baba, including me and you.
Tukafukuzwa.
Mugala muue mpe haki yake. To date, even when I listen to Bernard once in a while, I like how he's smart. I like how he's organized. I like how the fact that he prepares the questions and he knows the trend he will take to achieve his goal. So we come here all of a sudden because we are beat up. I say, wacha tena tuchukue tena ingine. Pool ingine. Hawa watu tena wametushinda bwana. Tufunge ama tusifunge. My friend, if that is how you want to go, funga. Unaletea emotions nani hapa? Who cares?
Nimejua mkuu na Kipulili mumepiga kura aje. Ushajisema. Hizo kura
Alex, have we talked?
Hata tukiongea niko shida gani? Yaani hata tukikuwa tumeongea it doesn't matter. Kwani are we subject not to tell this guy kuwa in terms of how Kenya believed in you? You have totally failed yourself. It's not us, you have failed yourself.
This show can be very big.
You want us to discuss, like as an opposition, you want us to discuss Gachagua kuwa amesema hawezi enda maandamano. Instead of us discussing Kasongo. Like
because it's your personal, because it's something that is personal to you that you want maandamano. Raila amekubrainwash. Amekubrainwash.
Anyway, I like
maandamano lazima ifanyike.
Good, let me tell you something.
Lazima tufanye maandamano. People are dying and there's no results.
I appreciate.
Jiru, listen before you respond.
Okay.
My friend, enda kata nywele na ndevu. Anza kuvaa shati ya Wakorino. Kaa hapa na karatasi na kalamu. Focus. Let's have a 2-hour discussion of what has happened in Kenyan. 2 hours only. Focused. Through it and leave it for Kenyans to come and see if we are not serious. But ukikuja hapa mara unaosha vyombo, mara uko na thermos, siku nyingine uko na kikombe nyeupe hatujui ni nini. My friend.
Hapo hiyo kikombe bana mapana.
Wewe jitetee tu. Wewe umejua tu hapo ni wewe unakujaga na hiyo nyeupe. Sasa wewe jitetee.
Wacha kuja kikombe yake ya white bana.
Mara nakuja na watermelon.
Below the belt, Alex, man. Hawezi sema. Unknown substances. No, the 10-0 hapo. But in all reason of hope, even with Gunism, you've got to see what I've been singing for months is the fall of ODM. It's an amazing thing. So una focus to Gachagua. You don't see that there is this other pillar that Ruto was relying on that is falling. It's crumbling. Unaona mpaka Oburu amekuja na, what did he do, Alex? Amekuja na president. Sasa amesema anataka kuwa presidential candidate. When I come the other day, I was trying to come yesterday. You dismissed it completely because I think your head was stuck on Gachagua. I was coming to tell you that the third gender rule is a hot topic. We should discuss how the third gender rule is going to completely destroy ODM. Mbaka Mbadi is going to on a press campaign kusema kwamba I'll still stay here till 2027. I'm not even going to run for any seat. If Ruto wins, anapenda tu anipatie kiti huko. Those are beautiful things, whereby you're seeing ODM leaders are no longer doing this. They're no longer doing 2-term. They're doing this.
you are looking
Those are
things,
things we should
na
discuss.
hizo
That's
ndio,
progression.
and we are failing to be topical. We are like yani emotions ambazo Ruto anatakana, the emotional turbulent, political emotion turbulent ambazo Ruto feels good when we glue ourselves to, while actually, if you know that Ruto has all institutional and constitutional structures to go to election, to announce him, to defend him, to go to the courts, and finally reaffirm him. He has all of them. Instead of us now dealing with those, honor what we are doing. You want to focus kuwa Gachagua amesema hataenda
Twende
maandamano.
maandamano.
Tena inakukasirisha hata unaweza
Maandamano
pewa
inamkasirisha.
PhD ya pili ya kukasirika.
Jerry, see how stupid it sounds. Maandamano nje inakuwa kwa kichwa yako. The
Let
one
me
more
tell you, for
Kikuyu is to be
example, let
killed.
me show you something, Jiro. Do you know that Kisi has gone back to UDA? Do you know that?
Why?
Because we are
Explain.
failing. We are not talking about it.
One is extreme. Huh?
That one I did not know.
We
How?
are not talking about it.
Maybe explain, Alex.
They have made everything possible now. The possibility, it's now to you remember what we used to say, that Baba has entered the government. It is just managing us that has remained. People refusing. After the NADCO report, we said Baba is in the government. Tukasema no, Baba has entered the government. Now it is us who will be managed. We won't be managed, all of us. Some will be managed, and Baba will have actually succeeded what he wanted. Matiang'i is in the government. Gideon Ruto is in the government. It shows that we are fighting standard. But in the topic where he said, Kwa, you promised me a seat. And today we have seen the two-third gender, imewekwa, Mbadi is going to go, Gideon Moi is going to come back. And why is it very important? It's because of what Osoro said. Osoro said, Matiang'i, angalia Wajaluo wenzetu wamekataa kuwa pamoja kabisa. Wakuria, they are too little. And if there is anything that is a threat today, is Wakisi wote waungane pamoja Nairobi na pamoja other areas including Kisumu, na wafanye nini? Why don't you come? The response was not good. We saw Edwin Sifuna renounce that, na instead akaleta Maraga. Why is Maraga brought in Linda Mwananchi all of a sudden? And all those boys have been working with Matiang'i. Why all of a sudden you see Maraga yesterday? And we are making that mistake. We are not allowing ourselves to discuss about it. You saw an incident that happened in Kisii, a creation of Ruto. Ameenda Kibaso, amepewa pesa, ameanza kufanya hizi vitu zake zote, amerudi kwa Vampires Diaries, ameanzia kule Borabu. He was in a gunfight with a member of parliament for Borabu. Until the member of parliament had to go again to where? Murara amepewa pesa to make sure Wakisia wako pamoja. Na ameingia Jubilee, amevaa kofia ya Jubilee, and now people like Kibagandi are getting away from Matiang'i. Hii siasa tusipojipanga vizuri tutakuwa managed. But if we direct the narrative, because what politicians fear most is not money, is our narrative. The Kisii people still showed the narrative that look, hata Matiang'i awe na sisi asipokuwa na sisi tutaendelea mbele. And that is what we must focus. But if you allow people, you allow politicians to manage your emotions, and then our narrative does not supersede their love for money, you will be more pained. By the time you want to speak, it will be too late. Ruto amejipanga, anajua vizuri sana mahali shida iko sahihi. Sisi iko pamoja mbaya. Mpaka Osoro alikuwa analia juzi, anasema hatuna pesa, hata tukikuja pamoja na we Matiang'i tutapata kura zote. lakini situatie tu huyu mtu tukuje 2032 ndio tutajipanga tuingie tu serikali. Not just an easy statement. It scared me to the core. Because remember, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta still has 3 cabinet slots in this government. And we have denied talking about it. Every day we are talking about Wajaluo. We are forgetting the Kikuyus who are in this government. Right or wrong, Mr. Kip? Ni Wajaluo tu tunaongea wenye wako kwa hii government. But Wakikuyu wako kwa hii government who are there because of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. We are not talking about it.
Nzeru, how is your fight now? Are you still thinking of Mandamano?
No, I understand. And that's the reason why.
It is beyond Mandamano, bwana. It is constitutional and structural issues.
I appreciate what you are saying. Unajua, if there is somebody who appreciates criticism ni mimi, Bwana Mbudi, you know very well, some of the cycles I've gone in life, I've been able to reach those places because you allow criticism to be part of your life. So mimi hata Budu kuja hapa useme wewe unafikiria kama ng'ombe, I would have to first of all look at ni ng'ombe gani hiyo Budi ameona. So I personally take criticism very, very serious. Although kuna kitu sitakubali in that. Sasa venye umesema ninyoe na nikate ndevu na so, that one is a bit far stretched. I'm not an extremist wa tai. You'll allow me to wear hizi marangi zangu. But I will do the best to give you the best narrative as possible.
Vakilemba.
Just allow me to be the natural me who I am. Because
we don't want you to assimilate. All we want you is to integrate and understand that, look, this murky water has to be dealt this way. When you come to the show, pay attention for 2 hours. Ukiona attention span ya watu imeisha, ingisha tu kichwa na uende.
Yeah.
And that's why I have a change of trajectory. Come on, yeah. If you see like what is happening in our show, I'm trying to redesign it and re-engineer it the way I feel based on your feedbacks and the feedback ya comment show. Na pia nikiangalia mbona hawa watu wanasema tufungue kituo, ni hali ya kutaka are they trying to rattle me ama nini? Bwana Budi, hebu niambie.
It's not about you. It is not about you, Njiru. Look, we are all hurt. All these things, don't think that when we go to sleep politically, there is that part of politics that is in us. Don't think all of us every day we go to sleep. We go to sleep happy. So you are not dealing with the people who are healthy. Utakuja hapa upate Robana kuambia mimi uongee na baba vibaya, tutaumizana na wewe. Ukiongea na yeye vizuri, anatoa kofia ya DCP. Wewe mwenyewe huna hata hiyo. Wewe unakuja kushangaa. People are sick but wako ICU, wako na alternatives. So be nice to them.
You will see a more serious guy. I will do my best.
Johnny has highs and lows, and it depends how you handle your lows.
Patia Robert link and
it depends on how you handle your lows. We are going to have let me tell you, kama siasa ya Kisii, it's going to be Murara Kibasa ameingia kwa ground. I'm telling you, people like my friend are going to have big time problems because very young people, yes, some of them have done very well, but at the same time, they have really stolen. Kibasa is going to do what he has done to Patrick Osero. All of them are going to go down. It's not going to be good. So, hii siasa iko na high and lows. And at some point, you have to know that hata ule mwizi wetu, lazima tumprotect at the... I know I'm saying a very dangerous statement, but inafika mahali, lazima uprotect mwizi wetu na uwe mwizi wao.
You see, the problem sometimes, Alex, is the fact that we are on echo chambers. We just want to hear sweet things, and that's what we've been doing for years. oh, what this is going to happen. And then you get into this cycle of lying to yourself. Jero. It is tough to hear that Kisi is shaky. But it's good to hear.
Na venye imekuwa strong by the, unajua Kisii has been one of our rock. Kisii has been one of our rock. Sasa why would Morara be here? Nimekuwa nikifikiria Morara is one of the sane voices we have in this.
Me too. Oh, no. Morara is slippery.
No, even if he's slippery, but I thought, why would he look at the wave and the movement and the Gen Z and na aseme that I want to work with Ruto? The same person who, ama unataka kuniambia historia ya expose Ruto ni visibility alikuwa na create ili Ruto amuone.
It's a cloud chasing. It's a cloud chasing.
Aya, wacha tusikie Roba. Sijui kama Roba amekuja kugonga wewe. Unajua
kabla Roba hajaingia, Roba wacha nikusalimu kwanza. Maneno yako wewe tunakutolea kofia kwa sababu wewe unajichunga. Mzee anajua kujifunga. Wewe uishi na nyumba ya watoto. Wewe unaishi peke yako. Vitu zikikuwa mbaya unakula kuku peke yako. Now, Jiru, let me tell you. Let me tell you. This journey, when you look at Gachagua, sema tu ya maandamano, it erases everything the man has done to give Ruto sleepless nights. It erases everything the man has done to make Ruto respond to including writing a tweet at night. Kama your jamaa, you know, the other day he was writing at night. Kama your Trump guy.
Kama Trump.
Mpaka watu wakasema hiyo ni AI, only to confirm kuma ni yeye. And you just take one point that, you know, jamaa amesema hivi sana, we are dead, we are done, ABCD. How many times are you going to be dead before 2027? You must look at things wholesomely. I don't care about his history. What he has done a little bit to make sure the Imani Ishungwas, the Kindikis, all these people who could have been giving us sleepless nights are brought to zero. That alone, you must focus and say, yes, huyu mwizi wetu ama huyu tugege wetu shida zake ni nyingi. Hii ni ile yenye hatupendi. You highlight, you move ahead. Na tunasema, let's focus at his strength. But if we want to stay like what were you did to say, yo, tuliwaambia, now you want to legitimize what they have been saying by bringing out here, you want us to discuss Gachagua, then you kill the show. You make them come here, they win the poll, and then you start feeling even more bad, then you start to blame us. Mavi who attract all kind of easy. And when you start putting that shit together that you want us to talk about Gachagua, as if what he said about Maandamano is the most important thing, and then we forget a young man was killed inside a PS vehicle, and these are the young people we have told, wachaneni kwenda kuchukua pesa. They show us the middle finger and say, tutachukua lakini tutavote. Mutakufia ndani za magari. Na mukikufa, msiwaambie tuende maandamano. We should be talking about that. Maandamano vis-a-vis watu wanaambiwa wateni kuwa pesa, wanaingishwa ndani ya magari, wanakuwa short. We must be celebrating that they are getting what they deserve, because we have told them hizi pesa hazitawasaidia. Mko kadi, they are selling their card for 100 people 10,000. Hapo ndio wamefikia. We should be discussing about that. But unakasirika, unataka tuongee. Njiru, wewe peke yako ndio umeharibu hii show single-handedly. Take accountability of it and stop it. Roba, endelea sasa.
Hey, asante sana Kip, Jiru, Alex, and those ones on the comment section. Nice to see you again. First of all, you guys, you came before us, but we were watching you like we always do. Kip, let me just have some good news for you. The Republicans don't always win. just take that one, the bank, wachana hiyo, don't just come here and tuambie mambo Republicans.
I like Republicans.
That's fine. You like them, but don't tell us they always win. Let them go to hell. In Jiru. Let me start from where Alex ameachia. Na sasa leo tutagongana hapa. Leo tutapigana hapa. Na hakuna something there. Let's just go beyond. Let us get the stone unturned. Sasa, a few years ago, we were in Penna's show. Some of us, we followed you because the way you persevered, the way you fought back, they dropped you, you came back. You were fighting that fighter called Njiru. Sasa, that fighter called Njiru, you shocked me the other day, ukifika kwa show unasema, unataka kufunga show. You are just like somebody has been served with divorce papers. Sasa kuna hasira na nini. I was just like, what's wrong with this guy? When you started this show, you committed yourself, Njiru, that I'm on this show, regardless when yanakuja hapa, hata akiwa somebody different voice, utasikia, you will come and talk the truth, let them have their say, hata ikawa niyo uta, hata ikiwa ni nini. That's what you committed here. Unaona? So, wacha nikwambie ukweli. Okay, even if these guys, they come, they have different opinion, let them come. Kwa sababu wana mahali pa kwenda. But that one doesn't mean they are going to change what you are building here. Also, to have a dissenting voice and to have different voices, it's good for the show. Let them come. Unaona? Don't get discouraged because kwa sababu at UDN, I get it. Remember where we were when in 2022 wakati imekwisha. Tumeambia watu hapa sangapi hata suit zingine tulinunua. I bought my suit for over $250. That's a lot of money. When you convert it, I felt nice suit and Papa to win. The same Papa hata ngao baadaye, even before a few years later, wanna shake hands with the enemy. No. That's how disappointed we were, but we never gave in. We never gave in. So at this point, Njiru, okay, the show, I know sometimes you have other things to do, but remember the commitment you did. It's a commitment. For me, my advice is, if you find time, get Alex, and some of you guys where I can support you in Njiru States. Somebody has to offer you sometimes to help you out. Like, let's say weekends. Let's say me, Roba, Njiru on a Friday, maybe a Saturday, I can just, if you are not there also to take a break, maybe come in. If I had got everything and I have what it takes to run the show, I might help you for certain hours. That's the commitment also we need. People need to do a commitment. So at last, people rely on you 100%. That would be very, very difficult because each show, if we build it very properly, ukiweka vizuri sana, it can be a monster kwa sababu kuna watu kutoka Kenya, they want to consume this show, what's going on here. And also from the other side, international, they want to know what's going on here. But because of that, I think you might need help, more especially like it says somebody who can commit even a couple of 2 hours. That one, I can give you that one. But to come here, unakuja hapo nasema, can we shut it down and tufanye nini? Yani ni kama ile, hiyo ni shida bwana, hiyo ni shida. Unless you had a bad day, kama uliachwa, kama sure what happened, like I used the word divorce, hiyo mimi nilishangaa sana. But at this point, relax. You can't tell us now when things are working very nicely. You know, when you guys come here, see him. I follow Bosho right now. Things are nice. I mean, I know this at this point we have not achieved. Yeah, but anybody who come here and tell me that Ruto is going to win 2027 at this point, where we know the United Citizens of Kenya are against this man, we know at this point this guy has achieved nothing. Lakini kuna hii kitu ambayo iko kwa everybody, and kwa sababu anakuja, yani already, yani mnafia Ruto. Mimi simfii, I don't fear him. Yeah, I don't fear him. 2027 is going to go out, my friends, and I agree with some of the things Alex said about come, if we want to come here and we talk some other things like today's show. I thought you guys would come here and talk about the leader Mwananchi, where they were. Gachawa's speech, even though Gachawa's speech also Njiro have some of the salvation, because about him, but the way he put it himself, I was so embarrassed. And I was so, I mean, it's just like, so the Gen Z, for them to go to the streets and protest, Gachagua doesn't see that it's you know, and Iona kuwa valueless. You know, if I was him, I could have put it another way around. Niseme ya kwamba there's a different ways of achieving something, or there's a different ways of skinning a cow, or whatever. But at the end of the day, the results might be the same. Kama yeye aoni mambo ya to protest is a way to achieve things, he could have not first saying at Raila, hata alileta Raila uko ndani, alikuja akasema yani, so it's just like hiyo maandamano kuharibu vitu, kufanya nini, unajua nini. That one, he was out of topic. Somebody else want to tell him next time he needs somebody to advise him what to say. You can't keep on attacking even those ones who are supporting you. So how they want to support him if he's not a mandamano guy? I mean, sahi anawaambia, even though you went to protest, you went into parliament, you went to destroy property. According to him, what he's just said. Yeah. Sasa yeye anakuja hata kutukana baba, anasema baba yeye protest yake ilikuwa hiyo mambo, hata hakutaka kusema, pengine angesema kununua reli, even though he never came there. That's what he meant. So so Gachagua can be very, very good. He has destroyed Ruto very nicely. To be sincere, he has done it, and he keeps on doing it. But sometimes he's also destroying himself and destroying some of our hopes too, from what comes from his mouth. But at the end of the day, look at the big picture, what he has done and what he intends to do. Na hii mambo ya yeye kuja hapa kusema because of him he was able to get Kibaki, he was able to get Uhuru Kenyatta, he was able to get Ruto to power. That one's not helping. So he has been there for all this time, and it's a problem then. Yeah, it might be a party leader. Some of us, we said it there a few weeks ago. This speed gonna confia bila Alex na kila kitu, and you know what? It's okay, but somebody has to communicate with him. The fact that you are in where he is right now, at home, the 45 days at Twabia, you are destroying himself. He's destroying himself right now. Unana, try to accommodate. Get a communication director, somebody who will tell you, this one might be good, this one might be bad. But at the end of the day, like I said before, to own what the goodness Gachagua has done and the badness has done. I think if it was not Gachagua, opposition could not have achieved what they have achieved right now. And I'm thinking if it was not him, some of the most people right now in the opposition wangekuwa wamenunuliwa, kusema ukweli. But when people look at Gachagua, what is holding, by the way, don't underestimate Gachagua at this point from his followers, from Mount Kenya. Is one, yeah, it's true. I agree with him. He might take one person to determine who becomes our president come 2027. He is going to determine this. And if I'm telling you this, if this Gachagua comes and tells us he's not going to run the way I think he's not going to run, wherever he's going to support, yeah, he's going to run away with this thing. And if the united opposition, they have this vision, and their vision is to have a united candidate, and maybe that candidate is going to be Sifuna or somebody else. Like that's my wish. They will win easily. There's no way out to Tambiwa kule Mibiwa. So let's give Gachagua his flowers. Hata ngao hii flowers zingine tunampatia, ingine pengine meosa kutoka huko chini kwa sababu some of the things which come from his mouth. All of us, we make mistakes. All of us, sometimes we misspeak. Sometimes we speak things. Sometimes we say things. Sometimes we regret. But what hii mambo ya maandamano, that's something he should not even go there. Let him keep watch a hammer root of it and hammer. By the way, 16, I think that's when or crowd watakuwa na election. Tutakuja hapa tuweze kumkisi tena, tuweze kukisi Gachagua vile amewin, then tusahau na kila kitu, because that election is going to win with a landslide. Or crowd, TCP is going to cut the day. That one, you can tell it, you can see what's going on the ground. There's no way hata kuiba utaibaji. By the way, kuna ile table yule jamaa aliweka hiyo nini hiyo ya polling. That was a landslide. Ule jamaa bado tunapenda hapa at polling alifanya alienda Olkarao. You see what that was a high, I mean, like the TCP candidates want to win. And ukiangalia and what has been happening on the ground, Gachagua is doing very well in Olkarao, and that one tells you Mount Kenya is behind him. Lakini, the one thing also I want to be cautious is what I saw in Kisii today. Whoever comes here, I say at Kisii, because I'll give where Kisii is, my friend. I don't think you got enough what's going on the ground. Imagine they used millions and millions of money. So walienda wakafungia all watu wa pikipiki. Waliwafungia. That's Simba Arati yeye, that means, so to say, is the most useless politician right now I've ever imagined in Kenya. That man, what I've come to realize, he got opportunity because of Baba. He grew up, akakuwa member of parliament. Yeye anafikiri hii mambo ya gunism anataka ku show off at the Kisii na yeye the way he wanted to do it today. He's a loser. So he was given all this money to go and do what he did in Kisii. So wanaenda wakachukua watu wa watu wa pikipiki. So they gave them 500. So baada ya wanakuwa kept kuanzia saa moja asubuhi mpaka saa 11 wakati akina Sifuna wametoka Kisii. Now that's when those guys started showing up in town. But yet, what the good news is, the same guys ambao walikuwa wanaweka huko, na wanakuja hapo wanaanza kusema one term. You can hear them shouting one term, and there were hundreds of them. Do you know why? Simba thought by doing so, it will paralyze movement of people ambao wataenda mkutano wa Sifuna leader wananchi. Unaona? That was a failure on them. Walienda universities, Kisii University and surrounding universities, they paid people admission kwa mkutano. So can you imagine if we add all these people, the people who are paid don't show up, wangeingia kwa mkutano? Kisii is safe. Is to say Kisii is very safe for opposition, and for me, as they continue tomorrow, what I'm seeing, if you are not under Leader Wananchi in Kisii, I don't know where Matiang'i is, by the way. I don't know. And I don't know what's going on. I think something's not adding up, but you can see that Leader Wananchi is I'm telling you, this thing, he kitu. After Kisii and maybe this is where the government is. I've started feeling. If they join with Gachagua, anybody within there, let's say in between Kalonzo or Matiang'i, hakuna kitu. Angalia this guy, hii jamaa ambaye amekuja hapa huyu anajiita what's the call who miss? Umeona the way Radius he has been alikuwa na attack. Who's listening to him? Imagine, ameenda every station, ameenda everywhere. The more he talks, the more we have new people coming in. Leader Mwananchi is just coming new people. And you know what? They'll keep on coming. And even Titi Yoro, soon maybe he's going to join there. And after that, wanaenda, then from there, they join with Gachagua. Who's going to be that? Hakuna Mtu. Who's going to be that? Let's say they give a ticket to, what's his name? Sifuna and somebody else. Who's going to be that? Hata hii Ruto mnaogopa? Ni binadamu. This man can be defeated. I know he has money. The man he has stolen from people because we have allowed him to do so. We have the people. He has the money, but we have the people. Come 2027, the people will win the day. And the money, our money, watu watachukua. By the time wakihesabu kura, things will be very bad for him. And at the end of the day, the opposition candidate will be declared as a winner. And from there, we move on from this dictator, this conman, this killer, this so-called dangerous man we ever seen in our country. I mean, Ruto is somebody should not even be given another chance. Even now, I wish they can even have him home arrest until the rest of the remaining term in that state house, between Sigoi and State House, until he might sign nyumbani. He should not even touch anything. And those ones who are surrounding him, Kenyans were clever, and the Kenyans were good people. This man here, he should be prosecuted. He is answerable. The people who died is answerable, destroying the economy of our country. Let us not go talk of small things like Gachagua and other people who have never even had the power to be a president of a country. Ruto, he has all the tools. He was given that power. He has everything. He controls everything. Instead, he made a decision. He made a choice, destroying the economy of Kenya, destroying our culture, destroying everything which we have had as a country. But for him, he doesn't say it. So let me say this way. Time has come. Time has come. We should not give in. We should even celebrate our achievement at this point. We are doing better as opposition. Goes by, as we go day by day, the more my encouragement, how things I see things. Wakati niona gavana wa Murang'a alikuja, nimeona nani amekuja, the former Chief Justice, and some other people are joining the group. That one gives me hope. And my hope is there's nobody at this point, nobody at this point, among opposition ambaye amecrack na tumeona ameanza pengine ameanza kwenda pande mwingine ama nini. Anybody, yoyote, who will decide to join Kasongo, go with him. Sai, it's open, keep going, regardless of what. But at the end of the day, you have Kasongo, we will have the people. And the people will win the way we are united as a Kenyan people. But at the end of the day, let's have our show. Let us continue with our own life. And for me, convene a meeting. Same how you can get help from people and others, more especially like hosting the show.
Yeah, maybe Bwana Roba, you can also comment about nimeona watu wakiuliza hapa. You can comment about Wanjigi. I'm hearing Wanjigi visited Wamunyoro. Is it a way now that the opposition is trying now to unite all the forces of opposition together? Do you think actually Wanjigi and Wamunyoro meeting and trying to talk is a positive signature?
Oh yeah, that was possible, and I think that was like a couple of days ago when that meeting took place. I never expected that one. But if you see Wanjigi's readings and the way he sees things, it's just like it's one person who feels like according to him, he has a heart on leader wana inch because they kind of speak what he wants. Because how any mtu wa finance na mambo ya madeni na vitu vingine hapo, so he wants to see that the country takes care of debt. And I mean, it was all of us, man, most people agree with him that at this point, money which has been borrowed by this useless so-called useless governments, even includes some of the governments before, they have not been put in use. Some of this money is just like they take the money and they are corrupt and they grab the money instead of bringing the money and the money be used what it's supposed to be. So I think Wanchigi, if you look at him, and in fact I like his politics more so, kusema ya kwamba we cannot continue as a country to borrow some of this money and bring that money, we give it to grab it, the corrupt people. He wants that anybody who speaks about that one is going to join them. And I think for him to go to meet the meeting, to meet with the DCP leader, Wachawa, I think that's a very good sign that Wachawa can also unite everybody. And I think that's what he's doing, which is very, very good. For me, I thought Wanchigi might be another factor ambaye atakuja hapa alipe kura in between. But for him, kumwona akienda for that meetings, I think it also gave me some hope that opposition at this point, they are united. And I think also there's a meeting, I don't know whether it's true, that Wacha was a meeting with Uhuru Kenyatta. You know, there's a lot of things going on in the media right now, a lot of online and whatever. But Wanchigi most likely is going also to train wananchi, kwa sababu from what he said, if you remember, there's an interview which I think you also played here a few days ago, I think last week, where he said at this point he has not seen anybody in the abortion. Like, I mean, it's one person who has been speaking about what I've been saying here. Don't try to give Kalonzo Musyoka a ticket. We lose. And Minor Wanchigi also, I think he has my view. So, but when he came and I saw him went to Wamunyoro down there in, I think it is in, where is that? Wamunyoro is in which county? Is that
Nyeri? Wamunyoro is from Nyeri.
Yeah, it's Nyeri, yes. When I saw him went to Nyeri for that meeting, that was my hope. Because for me, he done Savina, and I thought by him learning Savina might become also declared that he's going to be a president, to run for presidency. But I'm very happy when he met him, and I think moving forward, we should give Gachagua credit. Man, do you know how many people are going down there to Nyeri right now? All roads are to Nyeri. What does it tell you? Gachagua is going to be the dominant who wins this coming election. That's point blank. Let's give Gachagua's flowers, like I said before. Hata ngawa na Teresa kidogo anasema hivi na hivi. Let us be truthful. How many people? Niliona pictures, some online pictures, hata videos inatoka huko. People are lining up. Hata sijui kama aliweka bathrooms huko watu wanatumia macho na nini because no, I mean, I don't know. That's a lot of people in there. So, ameenda huko, all these opposition people, even Karosa, I think he was there today, from what I saw latest. Ameenda huko. So, this is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. And I think he has decided he's not going to run because he knows if he runs to Mekufa, it would be done against him at a tribal, and yet mtu aniambie, wakati Ruto alienda, Gachagua was his deputy. Gachagua was not a tribal. You know, that's what I keep on asking. And the Wakenya sometimes, let us not this nonsense. Unajua people like Omapei, member of parliament, Omapei town, history and I twitch. The worst person, I hate that man. Ambaye anasema Gachagua is a tribal. Hata watu wengine wanasema Gachagua is a tribal. Gachagua is not a tribal. When Gachagua decided to go with Ruto to form the government, he had a right to do so. Unaona? But now, vile amepata hiyo medicine ya Ruto na yeye kutoka kwa Ruto, amekuja, and if I'm telling you guys, God planned 2027 for the Kenyan people. And the sacrifice, and to partia sacrifice, ni Gachagua. That's a sacrifice. Get it from me today. Gachagua was a sacrifice for Kenyan people to change governments 2027. Then take that one in the bank. Kama sio Gachagua mpaka saa hii, opposition will be very, very weak. But what he has done, the way he has approached it, he has united them at this point with a winning formula. Let us embrace him. Let us give him, let us praise him. It's a sacrifice. It's the one who's keeping this opposition united at this point, because it's the center of it's the remaining peace. Wherever Gachagua goes, everybody will follow. Without Gachagua, Matiang'i is nothing. Without Gachagua, Kalonzo is nothing. Without Gachagua, Sifuna is nothing. That is my take on this. And guys, you can argue with me. You can do what you want. Gachagua, as the most following right now, is the Mount Kenya spokesman right now. He has the majority of the folks who are following him. You cannot come here and tell me Yen Mukabira. Yen Mukabira, and yet is supporting countries from other regions. That one, for me, it cannot add up. Gachagua will go as history as one person ambaye pengine got used as a sacrifice to risk our country at this point. Kwa sababu, kama angetoka, kama angekwepo, sahi, I don't know, Ruto's chances would be very, very high to win the election with what the leader he has achieved. But because God alijua that nikitoka Gachagua huko, ni sacrifice, Kenya 2027, itakombolewa na watu, then from there we will have our very good leadership. And that's my confidence. And the God one tread me down. I have confidence 2027, Ruto is going home. Ruto is going home 2027 regardless of what. That's my feeling in Jiru.
Yeah, ni sawa. Na haka kainchi kanashtua watu bwana Roba, maybe to divert a little bit. Cape Verde inapeleka Argentina extra time. That is shocking, man.
Yeah, the World Cup. I only watch USA because I think it is USA and France. They are the best team. Yeah, here Argentina na watu wengine hapo.
No. The reason why we are following Cape Verde is because Cape Verde is
a small country.
Eh?
It's a very small. It's like maybe what's that? Nairobi County. Maybe
no. Nairobi County is big. It's a country of 550,000 people. It's like one county in Kenya. Lakini kanasumbua.
It's like Belgium. Belgium is a small country in Europe, but you see what they have done. And that's why sometimes I think even our African soccer, I don't know where we went wrong, because I don't see why.
It's corruption. Our soccer cannot function because I heard the story of Senegal. It was pathetic. The coach doesn't have a contract. They are not booking good hotels for them. They have so many people who are not even about football. They're in the US. It's garbage. You portray garbage. Hata sahi Kenya tungekuwa World Cup sahi. Ungekuwa unaona akina Mulkomen hapa na magirlfriend.
That's the problem. They could even tell you that the people could decide the lineup. See your coach. One day what decide lineup.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Yeah, sometimes there are things which I think for me, soccer needs you have to be a very organized country to achieve in soccer. Soccer is the only thing which I believe it.
By the way, do you remember a few years ago what was going on in USA? I was soccer, even I was seeing football out. Well, I was doing they don't know anything. They have come a wrong way. Guess what? Right now, they have a team. Some of these cases, kuna yule chama adie pengine msaliwa Nigeria. Keep this nonsense off the table. Kenya, we have a constitution which says anybody who's born in Kenya is a Kenyan. So some of these cases, if their parents and whatever, they were born in the US and whatever, that's their country. No. Here's a problem. USA invested in soccer. Even though soccer, none of them knew what's going on. And I can tell even now.
Umeona zile stadiums US iko nazo wewe? Hata nimeshtuka bwana.
Exactly. Come here bwana, hapa like 1 hour from where was this?
Unasikia like Miami, sijui Sophie Stadium, sijui nini. Unasikia hizo stadiums zote unaanza kuuliza zilijengwa lini?
Of course, those stadium wanatumia is ambayo zinatumia local football. Like Santa Clara, where they played last time. By the way, Santa Clara mahali walichezea ndio tuko na Silicon Valley ambayo iko hapo karibu na San Jose area, Santa Clara ambayo wamechezea hapo the last game. Hapo ukienda hapo stadium is for the San Francisco Giants. Ukienda hapo Los Angeles wanatumia stadium for the football teams, which are two there. When they go Seattle, where they were Washington huko, that stadium ya football team. Na hiyo it's all over the country. Sisi tukicheka ka stadium kamoja, Ruto anataka hata aweke jina lake huko, akuambie vile alichenga na pesa wameiba na nini na nini. That's why we keep on saying the problem with Kenya, we are not allowing private sector to prevail. Private sector. That's what USA in America, USA be a strong country. The government has nothing to do with the stadiums. The local stadiums is to do with the local governments, local teams. Teams like, let's say, Gor Mahia, FC Leopards. Even teams ambayo, if it was, they have been there for a long time, singekuwa their own stadiums, they're na pesa, their own, wakona fan base ambayo wako huko, lakini corruption, nini, that's what's killing our country. So, for those ones who have been watching football or soccer, I mean, you can see the stadiums, all these teams, the facilities about all over the country. In USA, about they are just enjoying. This year, sio mambo ilikuja hapa tu kwa sababu government ilikuwepo. No, government has nothing to do with its facilities. This is the local people, local teams, and this is the private sector. Like our Kenyan soccer, or they could have called East African, we could have started teams, but it's private. Ubaya kitu kifanyika Kenya, wenye wako kwa government wanaingia ndani, hata angalau is private, they start wanakupatia matusi and start even scaring you. That's why we cannot progress. That's why African cannot progress. When we fail, tunaanza kusema wale wasungu ndio walifanya sisi tuna fail. You are in that country. Now look at West Africa. Why is West African countries they are doing better? They are always on the World Cup. I don't know how far they go. Why are they doing better? Is it because, look, and let us be for real. Look at France. France, most of them, when they were not just blacks, they're black people. Most of them from West Africa. That's because of the French and this influence from independence up to now, the way it's Chiweka, and that's why France is one of the countries in Europe where in terms of sports, they are the best. Look at the USA. They have the blacks, all these blacks and everything. Ambao walikuja or whatever, slavery, whatever it came in after all these years, and they are doing very well. Those countries ambayo in Europe walijifungia ndani, wanajiita wao, hawataki watu wengine, wao ni weupe tu. They are struggling. Hii mambo ya sports uwaoni. So, why is it that West African teams, they do better than East African teams? Mnachilinga, when they come there, kabila fulani hayuko kwa hiyo tuko na mambo ya uchinga, unafiki, and we will never achieve things. Unajua sports is talent too. But instead, tunaichukua kuwa personal, tunaweza kuiweka na politics, tunaiweka na mambo ya ukabila. Nataka kuwa na Mjaruo huko, nataka kuwa na Mluya, nataka kuwa na Mkisii. If I was the coach, I don't care. It can be on the rules or whatever, as long as I get the best players. That's where we go wrong. And that's why I think Kenya would never go to the World Cup. I don't think so. It will take a long time. And the East African team, I mean, there's Congo. That's what I was asking the other day. Congo ni watu ambao tunaenda huko as a Kenya government, tunaenda kufanya nini? We go there to protect them. At wako na civil wars na nini wako na mambo ya shida. Then from there, after they have all this time, wanapata time at timu yao qualifies for World Cup, lakini sisi ndio tuko na polisi huko, machesi huko, kila kitu. Wao ni watu ambao wanasumbuka. We are paying our own money to have peace there. Still, we can't go to World Cup. Congo wanaenda. How? I thought they have a civil wars there. Kila kitu government doesn't function. Lakini tuko na uchinga mwingi sana bwana. Where's stuff? Maringo too. Yeah. Seriously. Yeah, so Jirua, waje mambo ya mchezo hapo. I don't care at this point about the World Cup, but like I told you, I would rather see USA and France win that cup. I'll be happy because at the end of the day, there's no African country who ever go to the finals because malingo mengi, malingo kakifika huko. They always lose the last minute. Unless like sometimes we forget that some North African countries, they are part of Africa, like Egypt, Morocco. They kind of do a little bit better, but we don't. We want the real African teams. We are on the same continent, yes, but we want the real African teams from West Africa, from North Africa, from East Africa, from Central. If they can do better.
Ungesema ile jina inatumika na mzungu Sub-Sahara. Unataka za Sub-Sahara. Unajua Sub-Sahara ni kutoka hapo Nigeria kuteremuka.
Yeah. When you work huko know the other
sasa no, but for your information, in America, our North Africa they are classified as white people. You know that, eh? Those are white people.
Nani hao?
Egypt, Libya, Morocco, Algeria, au wote kwa classification ya America ni wazungu. You know that, eh?
I don't know. That's kind of new. It's like
no. It is that way. It is that way. Kwa demography, demographic classification, hata utaangalia hata Iran nini, au watu wote wanakuwa classified kama wazungu.
It's like telling me Spanish are white. Spanish are only what Spanish, man. I didn't know that.
No, inategemea ni Spanish wa wapi. Kama ni Spanish wa Spain au ni wazungu. Kama ni Spanish wa Spain au ni wazungu. Lakini kama ni Spanish wa Central America, hapo ni lugha ingine.
So let's say we have fake wazungus.
If you are Spanish from El Salvador, or you are Spanish from Granada, or you are Spanish from
Cuba,
from Haiti, wewe sio mzungu. But if you are Spanish from Spain, good.
Yeah, wewe ni mzungu.
Wewe ni mzungu. So inategemea you are Spanish from where?
Wazungu fake. Unajua Kenya ndio hiyo. Ukiona Kenya na ukiona Mwarabu wanasema ni mzungu, hata wakiona Mspanish wanaita mzungu.
Unajua during Hitler time, maybe nikulete hapo kidogo, and in case you need to listen to this one because ni Gen Z. During Hitler time, kama ukuwa na macho ya blue, sio mzungu. So during Hitler time, mzungu was blue eyes and broad hair. That was the classification ya mzungu. So during Hitler time, Italy, Spain, Portugal, all the south of Europe, hawakuwa wazungu during Hitler time. So even there was some time, like even in America, Italians were not considered as white.
Oh yeah. They were considered as Italians. Even though, in fact, yes, Italians were called Italians. No, Chinese were Chinese.
So, but I think with the dwindling of the white population,
it's politics.
Population ya wazungu imepungua sana. They are moving to the extent that nasikia hata karibu wafanye Wahindi wakuwa wazungu sasa.
Hata wakiwafanya, hata sometimes wamewafanya already anyway. Republicans ndio hawa sasa, Republicans wako they classify Wahindi, Asians. Unaona, adia ndio sasa watu wanawapigia kura. In fact,
wangefanya ma Chinese basi. Afadhali hata wangefanya ma Chinese wazungu.
Hata kuweka dini kwa wazungu sasa, hata wa Spanish wenyewe. Kwa sababu they are losing very badly when it comes to that population, because remember at the end of the day our wazungu were divided in two groups, and because of that wanataka minorities. Now unajua away with the black population as the people who make up the Democratic Party. Unaona? So the so-called, if you see the southern states, you go to Mississippi, you go to all the southern states, and we know them. So the population has become very, very small. But we know by 20, I think before 2030, guess what? The Spanish will be the majority of people of this country. The Spanish, they won't be the majority. But the one thing I also want to tell people, do you know that there are some people who want to be black who are white, come on, they are their way, they'll be classified as black. So, by the way, it's a gold thing. What we know that when what black people are niggas, never use that word here. People are classified very nice. Black people have their own rights, they have their own history. And because of that, there's that kind of respect. And that's why sometimes even on the streets, you don't see West blacks being harassed. Maybe even somebody could ask you, some other people, okay, there are some, but not like the majority.
Roba, wacha nikuoneshe derivation ya Waafrika hapa kidogo. Alafu uendelee. Ni vizuri. Let me show you this. Uniambie huyu Mwafrika wetu anafikiria aje. Unajua ni vizuri. We are getting outside politics, but hebu sikiliza huyu kijana.
Harrison looks from the outside to be your average teenager. He goes to school, plays video games, even listens to music in his room. But there's one difference.
I'm a 35-year-old white man.
Harrison, born Antoine Smalls, has transracial identity, identifying as Harrison Booth, a 35-year-old white man from Colorado.
And when did you know that you were a 35-year-old white man?
Well, I've always felt different. I go to the store, the movies, and just be thinking to myself, like, why am I not getting the respect I deserve? And then it just hit me. I'm white and 35. I just miss Colorado sometimes. You know, here I pretend the buildings are the old San Juan mountain range, but, you know, the job's just here.
And where do you work?
I'm a systems engineer for Coca-Cola.
Oh, okay.
That boy don't work. He go to school and that's it. One day he said, call me Harrison. I said, who's that? He said, me.
Do you believe that he is a white man?
I mean, he isn't. Shit, I'd love to wake up one day and say, hey, everybody, I'm Rihanna. But I ain't.
It's been pretty hard. My family just doesn't get it. You know, I try to get them to go out with me, go on walks, go to the farmer's market, chat with people, but yeah.
So why don't you think that they get it?
I don't think they get it because they don't realize that race is just a made-up thing. They grew up having labels, and me, I'm just not like that.
I see. So how do you embrace your identity?
I dress a certain way, Patagonia. I wear a thick brown leather belt. I like to envision myself after the surgery.
Hey, excuse me, what IPA do you have on tap? Hey, did you see Game of Thrones last night? Yeah.
So your surgery, that's later this year.
Right. I started working at Stonecrest Mall, so hopefully by then I have enough money to take the next step.
So you work at Coca-Cola and the mall?
Right. Correct. I work at both.
Harrison has been Dr. Samuel Vergara, who guarantees Harrison can visually transition through an experimental procedure that will allow Harrison to not only be a white man, but whatever race he chooses.
The procedure is absolutely 100% possible. He's gonna look weird, though.
But before Harrison can fully realize his physical identity, he still has the day-to-day that's filled with discrimination and ridicule.
It's pretty awful. You know, you walk in the streets and Black people, they see you, they're nodding to you like, hey, good to see us. And it's to the point where I've just given up. I've stopped trying to convince them that I'm not us.
Gotcha.
Excuse me, this is definitely the guy. He doesn't even live in the area. I've never seen him before. I think we're taking slow strides, but you have to believe things are getting better. Otherwise, you'll just die inside.
Is there anything you'd like to say to other Black kids out there who may be going through the same thing?
Just be you at all costs, but also stop dressing so crazy.
mkubwa hiyo atasemaje? Lakini hii Cabo Verde yetu hii that's a black man who is saying I'm 35 and white.
That's a mental case. That's a mental case. He's sick. He's mentally sick.
Tunasikia anasema kwa nini hata watu hao wajui ni mzungu?
It's a mental case. Yeah. So if the way he can divide himself in these parts and everything fiscally, the problem is we have situations. Where, hey, you remember Mike Jackson? Remember he had to go to surgeries, hata nachitoboa nose akipaka mafuta na yeye.
Huyo jamaa amekuwa delusional sana. Kuna pahali kuna watu wamemdanganya sana.
Yeah.
That guy, I think his interaction cycles are not good. Frankly speaking.
Njiru, that's a mental case. We have situations where even the other side also wengine wanachita. Hey, by the way, you can Google the senator from Maine. Is he from Massachusetts? With a mom. So remember when Trump was attacking her, that alienda kachita yeye she's black. She's whatever. I mean, alikuwa si red Indian. There are some of them on the other side ambayo wamechita hapo before when they are.
Lakini pia hii America iko na mambo yake, sababu there is also a town in Ohio watu wote ni wazungu hapo and they classify themselves as whites. No, as blacks. Let me show you. Do you nakwambia, I think this thing goes both way.
Yes. So and remember there's also when we had the affirmative action. So there are some things about you as being
huyu mama anajiita Muafrika and hospitali wanashangaa wewe ni nini. Let me show you this. It is in Ohio.
Yeah.
As we wait for hii game ya Cabo Verde, sababu hii game ya Cabo Verde inakaa it can go either way now. And let me ask you something, maybe you can also comment on this one. So Bwana Roba, when you see, no, I'm not talking of the north. So when you see katimu kama hii Cabo Verde inalemea Argentina hivi, and even very big teams wanaonanga Argentina wanaanzia kujikonjolea. Kuna hiyo phobia ya Argentina, you know that, like mnaona Messi yako mbele yako, but hii Cabo Verde, what's up with it? I want Messi ya hiyo game. Game.
I hope they will knock them down. I like when the underdogs.
If Cabo Verde knocks Argentina down.
By the way, that's a small country in Europe, yeah?
Huh? Cabo Verde is Africa. What do you mean?
What's
Cabo Verde is Africa. We are talking of a country in Africa.
I don't know.
It is an island in Africa.
I have no idea.
Hiyo ni Africa inatesa bwana.
What's the other country in Europe? Kadogo sana kanaitwa, it's almost the same name. Kanaitwaje?
Zinaitwa akina Malta, Gibraltar.
That's I confused that one. I didn't know that this that guy is from Africa. I didn't know that. Wow. Is that a country or an island?
Kuna watu wanasema tuligonga Cabo Verde, so kwa hivyo hata Argentina tunaweza gonga. You know, unajua Cabo Verde tumekuwa tukigonga vibaya sana. Kenya. Juzi tu. Hii Cabo Verde sijui wameimprovia wapi. And you know their president said, nimekuja Roba.
Because they invested.
Nimekuja kurealize kitu kwa hii maisha. In this life, don't joke with the belief. President alisema we will defeat Argentina.
Pengine watanunuliwa nyumba basi.
What is this guy saying? Akasema we are going there to win. Na venye
which is a very good mentality to have anyway.
Timu zote zikiona Messi mbele yao, I can tell you Roba, ingekuwa ni US sasa ingekuwa imefungwa. Juu watu wanaonanga Messi wanaogopa. there is that phobia of seeing a very big name in front of you.
And by the way, if they go penalties, anybody can win.
No, ikienda penalty sasa hapo, the game is not yours. Ikienda penalty sasa ni Mungu saidia. The game is not yours. And then unajua sasa the scary part, hiyo game ikienda penalty, huyu Vozinha goalkeeper wa Cabo Verde hakuna history, so hakuna pale utaenda kumresearch vile yeye like ati unamuonanga huko La Liga wapi, you have nowhere to research him. So that was also another, and some of Cabo Verde players, you have nowhere to research about them. So it's a very scary moment for Argentina. I hope it will not go the way we think, but nimesikia hata makomenteta wa US wanaanzia kusema, kwa hivyo inakata hizi akina Uruguay venye zilikariwa na hii Cabo Verde. Hii Cabo Verde is not just a mere country, kuna venye wanapanga game. Because wanafunga. So somehow they seem to have resilience, but because I can tell you, there is no any African country imewahi karia Argentina vile Cabo Verde imekaria. I can tell you, even if it was Morocco, I don't think if Morocco could have done what Cabo Verde is doing with Argentina.
So we still have African countries. I think Egypt is still, even though I don't see them.
There is something which Cabo Verde is trying to build. There is an emotion, like Cabo Verde is trying to show that you can do this thing. It doesn't matter who you are chasing. It is possible.
What tells me, when you get that chance to go to the World Cup, by the way, if you don't know, so as when you qualify for World Cup, I think they divide within the team itself. That country which qualifies, like $3 million. Then when you go to the second knockout, see that the $3 million finals, they are making money. By the way, they are making money.
$50 million.
Yes. So what I'm seeing here, Benguina, so he get a penalty. It might be anybody's game, and I think also 1 hour from now it will be Colombia versus Ghana. Yeah.
Yeah, but let me tell you, whatever happens kwa hii game ya Cabo Verde na Argentina, Cabo Verde has proved something. I think it's a mentality.
Defending champions, yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
Argentina, they're defending champions.
Wewe unajua Argentina ni kusema nini wewe, Bwana Roba? On a small island country.
Yeah, but Argentina, unajua hao Argentina siwapendi kwa sababu hao ukiangalia their history, they don't like the black people.
Yeah, of course, there's a very cruel history wa Africa, especially in 1700, whereby walimaliza wa Afrika wote.
Yeah, in Argentina.
Yes, I know there is that very ugly history, but sasa nasema sasa hii Cabo Verde kuna vile wacha tuone hii this small city in Ohio. Let's see this small city in Ohio. What they Mukubwa, that is a place in Ohio. Very confusing.
No, it's not confusing. It's not confusing. It's not confusing. Think about it. Let me also give you an example before I talk about that Ohio. Unajua, you know where I come from, Njiro. But you know, our great-grandmother was from Ruo. But she was married in Kisii. It has the same scenario we are talking about in Ohio. So my dad is his names. They are Ruo names. We still cut them. But I never want to change because it's just like when I grew up, I found myself Kisii, but originally our great-grandmother came from Ruorand. We never changed it. But we have that blood of the Ruo. And sometimes that's why, maybe because our neighbors where we come from, it's the same scenario. These people, also think about a situation where we have some whites in South Africa who have moved to USA or other European countries. They classify themselves as blacks. I can tell that. One of them is my pastor. My pastor is white, but from South Africa. So you see where it's come from. But I like the woman there, the lady. She's consistent. You know, the kids say there's nothing special. Hata ukiwa black, hata ukiwa white, masikio ni yale yale, mashimo ni yale yale, fitole ni vile vile, nywele different color, it doesn't matter. You are a human being, but a different color. And I that's why I say the world, we should not look at this man by a race. I mean, some people take it in a different trajectory. There's some who find hatred about they want, because sababu yani wanataka, they want to associate, wanaona like the way before the Civil War, United States, where they just review like whenever you are black, you are inferior. And there's also hii mambo tuko nayo Africa, and more especially where we come from Kenya. Ati mtu anakuambia ya kwamba ati wewe unafikiri wewe huyu anaishi kama msungu. Have you ever somebody told you that? Ati wewe unaishi kama msungu. But some of us who have had opportunity kuangalia some of the wasungus we are talking about wanaishi, you cannot even relate. You know, there's this mentality. It's a human being. It is a human element. Something as a human being, we should just say, no matter who you are, no matter the color of your skin, no matter, a human being is a human being. Yule anaenda choo kama vile black anaenda choo. Yule anaenda kukojoa kama mtu anaenda kukojoa. Yule kama ni mwanamke anashika mimba kama black mwanamke anashika mimba. There's nothing difference. The only is the color. Ambayo ni kama yule viatu. Ya black unaipaka black. Ya white unaipaka rangi ya white. Ya brown unaipaka brown. That's the nature of God's nature, how we were created. But at the end of the day, there are some things ambayo when you start fighting this world, kama ule jamaa huyu alikuwa jamaa huyu mkubwa huyu alikuwa black na anajiita white. Avatari hawa kina mama hawa. But ule jamaa, look, you can define yourself unajiita white, that's fine. Again, some of this is mental cases, but also some of this is their originality. Some of them is their history. Now, so like me, I told you before, my history puts me in Ruorand. That's the other way. So if you come on me, my names are Rotianos. I have no control on that one. When I asked why, I was told because the great-grandmother came from Ruorand. There's a place called Nyangweso. A place called Nyangweso is just between Nyangweso, it's just between Oma Bay, a place called Asiego, Oma Bay. That is Sindo, Ukondani Kapsabi, before Domboy, whatever, Ukondani. So that's where my grandmother came from. Do I know where the place where she came from? No. But I divide myself like, that's where I came from. I have the names, that's enough. But still, I identify myself as come from Kisii, because that's where I was raised up. But at the end of the day, kama uliona wajamaa kutoka Ohio, it looks like that's something they have kept a tradition. And I really proud them for doing that, because they see the world as the same. They don't see themselves being inferior. By the way, for those ones who don't know, some of the countries in the USA, when you are a minority, there are some things where it favors you very, very much. But especially there's a time during Clinton's time, they had, before the Supreme Court hit it down, there was what is called affirmative action. When you are a minority, you go to apply a job, you are given more chances than somebody of the other color. Until someone challenged that one in court, it was stricken down. No more on that. You go to college, if you are you go to school, if you are in a college, you can get financial aid because of who you are when you are a minority. It was one way, it was a political way, but it achieved some of the things which we never think about it. But what puts me this way, we should also embrace some countries like France, some other European countries, some South American countries, minus Argentina, and the USA. For them, they see a human being. They don't see the color of your skin. They see a human being. And by the way, USA was not founded by the so-called white people, no. USA was founded by the Red Indians, who are the original people of this country. So somebody anakuambia, oh, wasungu, no. Hao wasungu walikuja because they came from Europe, wakakuja hapa kwa wengi, then they define themselves as the minority now that they start the country. No. This country belongs to the Red Indians, and that's why some of them have their own passport. By the way, kama watu hawajui, there's a passport within the United States. There are some tribes ambao wanaongea tu tribe yao within the United States. Wanajua Kisungu, yes, but wako na kodi yao, wako their own food, wako their own reservation, wako na own passport ambayo inaingia out parts of the country. Outside the USA, wako na passport, but wana USA passport, like wako na Red Indian passports. Unaona? They own their own schools, they own their own whatever, but still they survive. They are there. They are trying to keep their culture. That's the beauty of the country, but like the United States and I like France, the way they do things, even though there's sometimes sport countries there's discrimination, ambayo tunaona tu kitu kidogo tunaanza kusema huyu is black and white, kama vile uko Kenya tukiona ukabila. So when we have here some of these countries, mambo ya race discrimination, hapa huko tunaona ukabila, and that's a human nature. That's something we should just go away from our heads. Mwenye ako white, si ati kuna white ambao unaenda mnafanya na wao kazi, because we know we were brought up in a country, nafikiri white person, they are very wise, they are someone who are, they are someone do very well, but even if you are black, you can also do very well, more than them, not because they know more than you. None. They are human beings too. That's where we go wrong as a human being, and I really like the people from Ohio, that's their right. The way that get black, I also has a right to call himself whatever he wants to call themselves. Let's give them credit, and that's something we should also impress as a community. Wamalize hiyo, the way we have a problem with our mambo ya ukabila huko nyumbani. Hiyo game ilikuwa ya Argentina ilichukua hiyo, so don't worry about it. Argentina prefer.
Yeah, no, imeisha, but
hakuna
wow, anyway.
Hakuna patia, wataenda nyumbani hao watapatiwa, they get bonuses, watapatiwa
anyway.
Yeah.
But at least Cabo Verde has shown people that it is possible to hold a giant.
Oh yeah. Anything can happen in the World Cup.
There is phobia for Messi. Did you come aware, Robert?
He's overrated. He's overrated. I'm not a fan of him. He's overrated.
Nataka kukuambia, wait until US una support waone Messi kwa uwanja, uanzie kuona confusion.
So I'm telling you, US team, I know on Monday there's a game. I hope they prefer, but if they don't prefer, they don't pay my bills. Life goes on. Unajua?
Yeah.
Unajua, so, by the way, Injiru, unajua, it's not like people are crazy about the World Cup. Unajua, America, most of America, they even don't know there's a World Cup in their country. They don't know. No, what's a World Cup?
But I can tell you, I'm so proud of what Cape Verde has done.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Although unajua, football does not reward efforts. Football rewards wins. Unfortunately, football ni kama politics. Unajua hata siasa inanga ati story ati karibu.
A win is a win. When you win, you build yourself. Ni kama naona Kongo hapo walikuwa wanaimba hiyo wakati wamewin, wameenda something they have never done before. They know the next stage they were knocked out. But there are people still, they are proud of them, what they did. Can you imagine the first time you see Kenya get to the World Cup at the White House?
But I can tell you what Cabo Verde has done. With Messi playing 90 minutes plus, it's amazing. And getting 2 goals against Argentina.
Yes, the problem. What did you there's a trend in Meona. Anytime we have African countries, regardless where Arab, Jew, and Africans, they will never finish. We get last minute to Nashindwa. And that one I've been seeing every World Cup. How comes that when you get last minute at Tushindi, You get that's why. Remember, just look at all.
I
the
don't think
games.
it's an African issue, peke. Even Japan has the same issue.
Yeah, but why is it
Japan
that
was defeated by Belgium last World Cup, 2 goals within 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Na saa hiyo
how comes Njiru, how
walikuwa
comes
2-0 up front.
how comes every time European countries they always prefer to the last minute? Why do you want to prefer? And most especially European countries and the so-called wanna be white.
No, because you know what happens, hizo dakika za mwisho you sometimes you let the towel loose, and that is the time when most of the time these European nations washasoma game yenyu vizuri, and then they bring strategic subs. So wale masabu wanaletwa ni strategic, ni sabu wa kukuja kuexploit the mistakes within your game, because within 80 minutes mshafungua game yenyu yote. So unaelewa? 80 minutes tushawaelewa nyinyi mnacheza aje, format yenyu ni gani. So
the one thing
nikileta sub naleta, I'm bringing a sub to execute a mission. I'm not just bringing a sub, I'm bringing a sub to execute a mission. Ama na zile ma rotation nafanya within the pitch, they are rotations to do something. That's what happened.
What tells me is just that the coaching, we have some coaching issues the last minute. Or whoever's coaching the African countries last minute, wanashinda. That's a trend. I can tell you, go look at it.
Yeah, no, because we don't have that. We don't have that extensive coaching. Why is Morocco not having the same issue? I have watched the Morocco games. Morocco is resistant all the way to the last minute. But hizi teams za hapa sub-Sahara hapo unasema we are not resilient to the last minute. Unless ufunge, the only time you can be confident with an African team ni wakiwa mbele na bao 5.
Yeah, not exactly. Now, and the one thing also I've come to realize, then when Africa man, they play love games too. Somebody will make a commitment, even they can even give a penalty. Yet carelessness. But you know when I just have
let me tell you, and this is the African mentality. Let me tell you, unaona African mentality.
And mtu akikosa mpira akosa mtu.
Sio hivyo. I want to tell you something about African mentality, and unaona hata kwa Muafrika kuna phrases tu. Sijui kama in your local language mko na hii phrase. In Africa tuko na hii phrase tunasema nyungu inavunjikanga ile wakati imefika.
Oh yeah. Wapi Kisii.
Mko na hiyo phrase ya kusema unabeba nyungu kutoka huko
mtoni,
huko kwa mto kabisa huko, na ulikuwa unapanda milima
karibu kwa nyumba, wakati unaiweka chini ndio inapasuka. Hiyo the African countries.
So that is the African, and I think that it's a mentality which can be transposed to age, because how comes our grandfathers walisema hiyo kitu, sababu walikuwa wanaona Muafrika unaona hata sisi uchaguzi hapa, let me tell you, unaona hata huyu Ruto huyu we can throw the towel dakika ya mwisho, we do everything right, alafu sasa dakika ya mwisho jamaa kuja ametupita. It's a very bad mentality ya Muafrika.
You know that one, I don't believe on that one, because kwa sababu if the country has decided to move on, yes, you are right. Sometimes we have a country where somebody will have anachukua shilingi 10 ndio anaenda kupiga kura, and kwa sababu amepatiwa shilingi 10. That's how stupid we are. And like tukiongea hiyo last minute, hiyo mambo ya last minute 2027 itakuwepo. Hakuna ja hiyo. By the way, let's go back when France won the World Cup. They won against that country. What was that country from? It's a European country, Pierre, yeah?
Croatia. Walishinda na Croatia 3-1.
Yeah, no. When they beat them the World Cup. Remember?
Yeah, walishinda Croatia 2018. 2018 walishinda Croatia. And
was it the same country about
1998 walishinda Brazil.
Yeah, so last time walishinda, the other year was some tumeshindwa na European, I mean the African Union. That was wrestle. That's the race. That's a very bad. Tumeshindwa na African Union. Unaona? African Union ndio walisema. Sasa watu wakasema African Union. That's very very bad kwa sababu African Union, France is not, France is, those guys are born in France, they are French, but
but unajua ni identify nao majamaa because they look like us. Ni identification because hao watu wanakaa kama wewe. Ukiangalia timu ya France wewe Roba, hata ujivuniange uone, unajua it should be a motivation. Ngoja kidogo Roba, utasema ngoja kidogo. It should be a motivation if Africans in diaspora, because Roba, those are Africans in diaspora. If Africans in diaspora can produce one of the biggest teams in the world, a very scary team, which I believe France sahi wakikutana na Argentina wataikaanga. Sahi France is scary, by the way. It's a very scary team.
I have them winning the whole thing.
Yeah,
by the way,
it's a very scary team. So
in my life,
and the majority of them they look like us. So ile kitu, so by association Roba unaanzia, unajua ni kitu naitwa, unajua mbeleni we used to see ma teams zikishinda tulikuwa tunasema ni sababu ni wazungu wanacheza. There was a time when ungeangalia timu ya Germany wote walikuwa wazungu. There was a time ungeangalia majority of those teams walikuwa wazungu. So we are now coming to here, they even want black people to be praying for them. And actually ngoja kidogo, when France ilikuwa inachezeanga na wazungu, they have never won anything. Policy ya France kuanzia kuchezewa na Waafrika, it started in 1982 where they started introducing one player after the other one, and it was within their policy of winning within the long stretch of winning the World Cup. The way also Japan is doing, because unajua Japan wako na policy ya kushinda World Cup in 2050, and they are introducing black players slowly because black players wako na hiyo stamina. It's only, I don't know, sisi wa Afrika mbona hiyo stamina yetu which we are believed in, which we can see that stamina in marathon, we can see that stamina in all other sports. Kwa nini Mwafrika hii stamina hawezi itumia to his own advantage now in his own that's what I don't understand.
And Jill, kuambia ukweli, that's what I want to make at the point here. Maybe I'm biased. Mimi nikifika hii World Cup, because I know Kenya yuko, mimi na I go with the end country ambayo kuna Mwafrika, I will support them. That's me. Or the World Cup. I mean, I might not help the results, the outcome, but I will always go. Even I came to realize, even my sons, the same thing. Unaona, wakiona end teams ambayo kuna blacks, no, it's not being biased. Unaona, I feel comfortable with them because they have given. It's just like they are well represented. That's why a country like Argentina, there's some countries, even Mexico before walikuwa na mambo ya uchinga.
Wewe unaona venye hata huyo jamaa Mwafrika wa Mexico anaitwa Cunes ama ni Cunones.
Exactly.
It's very dangerous.
It's very dangerous. Unaona? Why do you think Brazil has been
ni Mwafrika? So what, okay, kidogo Roba, na ndio najaribu kuuliza, why is it that black people who are known to be resilient, by the way, wacha nikwambie by the way Roba, because hii ni kitu naonanga hata unajua nakutananga hata na wazungu kuna kitu they know about Mwafrika. Like for example, history ya mtu kufanyia kazi kwa jua, unaona this like bad environment in quotes. Yani mzungu anajua Mwafrika hiyo story ya kufanyia kazi ni bad environment, like nini, like kuna ile element like Mwafrika has been built to be a resilient guy. Ndio hiki tu, like Mwafrika sio ati mtu wa kucomplain juu ya complexity. Mwafrika si mtu wa kusema ati nipeeni fana hapa. So ati nipeeni fana hapa sijui jua inanichoma. So
Mjiro, before naenda mbali wacha nikuulize. USA ingekuwa wapi in terms of sports? USA wins every sports in this world. Why? Look at
because of that combination of black people.
Exactly.
Because Afrika ndio wengi.
Exactly. Sasa mtu alikuwa anauliza, by the way, this thing came up recently now. If you see the networks, the big networks, even CNN. Naona huyu jamaa anaitwa huyu ambaye alipatiwa red card the other day. Ismamu alikuja hapa Bronx, hapa New York. Akamsahau.
Huyu anaitwa Balogan.
Yes. Yes. Mama yake alikuja hapa Bronx, hapa New York. Walikuwa chief vacation. Walikuwa nice Britain. Akamsahau hapa Bronx. So because of that, and you know the USA Constitution, anybody who's born in USA soil ambayo Trump ameshindwa hiyo, because Trump is somebody who he wanted kama wewe kama unaona hivi ni alishindwa hapa the court the other day. Even I know you like Trump, but there are some things ambayo akuwasimu. So that guy saliwa ameenda amefanya academy ko Europe. He was raised up in Britain. Even his British English they anaongea. Ni Nigeria. The parents are from Nigeria, by the way. So niliona wa Nigeria wanasema, oh, huyu ni Nigeria. Okay, they have a right to claim him. The way we claimed Obama when he became a president because of his dad and everything, the connection. Unaona? But the thing is, to make you a point.
Unajua Roba, success has many fathers. Unajua hata watu wakisikia umesucceed vibaya sana, watu wanaanzia kusema hata huyu anakuanga wetu. Huyo ni anko.
Yeah, exactly.
Lakini mambo yake ilikuwa mbaya. Hadi wanaanzia kusema na mbona huyo mtu simjui? Ati jina yake ni nani? Ati hebu nipe majina 3.
Syrian, how every country was claiming Obama. But Kenya will claim more because
hebu ngoja hiyo story ya Obama lazima nikusimamishe kidogo nikwambie, because unajua Obama won when I was a third year in the university. So nakumbuka when Obama is winning the election, and that time I'm a third year 2008. Sasa profesa wetu wa soil mechanics sitai msahau. Sasa profesa anakuja anatuambia, sasa mimi hii Kenya imenichosha. Hii Kenya imenichosha, hata hawatulipi vizuri, kazi yetu ni kugoma hapa. Our brother has become the president of the US, anakuja kutuchukua huku. Mimi I'm saying goodbye, I will be teaching in Pennsylvania. Sasa hata mimi sijui Pennsylvania ni wapi.
Oh.
So professor anatuambia me I will be teaching in Pennsylvania. Sasa tunakujua huku. And the guy was serious. The guy was
lakini ni kama ndio hiyo ndio amemwambia atakuja huku. Yeah, you know that's the opportunity ambayo alipata the other way around. It had nothing to do with politics.
Si Obama ni wa kutoka hapa kwetu hapa. Hapa kwetu hapa. That time hapa kwetu hapa. Bro amekuwa Orezo America. Alafu mimi niteseke hapa ati na migomo. Hii migomo hapa hawatulipi. Na goma hapa nini? Me I'm going to America. Mimi nawaacha na hii mashida yenu. That's what our professor was telling us. Professor
yeah, so waje nikwambie Njiru, in fact for me Obama was the first person nilipigia kura as being in the existence of this world. So because of that nikachukua kura yangu. Because of that maybe I became a citizen or whatever, because there was that thing of hope that let happen. And I remember very, very clearly, it was historical. And that's the same history I'm talking about 2027 in Jiru. 2027, we are going to have history in the making in our country, but people don't even see that. Can you imagine 2027, Sivuna or Matiang'i or Kalonzo becomes a president? That would be history. Yeah, that's history. Yeah, we should appreciate that. Let's also want to have some change. Maybe that might help. Yeah. And that's why, by the way, people like Uhuru Kenyatta, he started saying about it, saying maybe madmen and vibaya, let us have also somebody from another community. That's a fact in Jiru. Let us somebody from maybe whatever to be a president. Maybe we have been doing a too much cycle. So this time, 2027, we might be celebrating history in the making in our country. And maybe we might have a new start. Somebody will come in and to work vizuri, tuachane na mambo ya kabila. All we want is a better country. All we want is equal. Baada ya huyo, hata mtu atoka central, don't hold them accountable for what other people did. But we cannot forget what Moi did. Then, Kenya is a very good country. People in central, they forgot what Moi did. Wakapatia ujamaa opportunity. Yes, what amefanyaje? Ameenda huko ndiye anataka kubadilisha Kenya ikuwe kama wakati enzi Moi. We should never go back there again. Never. Huyu Kasongo, he has been a very bad example. a Fred Bud experiment when it comes to the Kalenjin community. The problem is he came in, instead of governing as a new generation, as a new way of doing things, he decided to follow the bookplay of his former, his former tribesman, Tani Arab Moi, which has nothing to do with other Kalenjins. And we should not in the future say, oh, kwa sababu Mkalenjin alikuwa Ruto na Moi tuwapatie. No. Let's make judgment to an individual, not as a community. So we had Kibaki, we had Jomo Kenyatta, we had Uhuru, but that one doesn't mean someone like Ntidi Nyoro or somebody else. I'm using as an example, by the way. I'm not saying that. He cannot be a president. We cannot just say, oh, because you know, kama hii some ODM, this ODM Linda Ground wanatuambia, oh, najua kwa sababu hao walikuwa nao Central is developed because walikuwa na 3 presidents. And yet, angalia, Moi how many years alikuwepo, plus what is called Ruto now. Go to Triggerland. Go where Moi comes from. Go Adam Gawi Jamawi Takataka Natoka hapa anachekea Karonzo. People are suffering, my friends. In the Left Valley, Moi, where Moi came from, look, the community there, the majority of the people are suffering. Hapa Central, hapa tunasema karibu na Nairobi na nini, wamekuwa na president sio ngapi. Kuna people with chigas tu huko. Chigas, wameriwa na chigas. Yeah. So what's that? Kuna people are suffering. But now we keep on holding people like kwa sababu the community inakuwa hiyo. But that's what we have. That's why I said when we have historical thing come 2027, we have someone from other community, that's fine. Maybe that's what's remaining, but what doesn't mean that the other communities wamechenga Kenya ni vibaya. We start rolling them out, kabila. No. It's the same thing. When we had African American breaking Obama, the first African American, ama blacks mengine walikuwa nasemaje? It's not a real black. Yeah. They said it. It's not a real black kwa sababu mama yake ni white. But mdai mama white ni human being. Sasa au kuona huyu jamaa ametoka kwa Afrika, huyu baba yake Obama akakuja karana na huyu mwanamke hapa akasaa Obama. Wanaona tu ule mama ako white. Awani huyu ambaye ako black. We should have that kind of mentality. But it was historical. He became a president and we know what he did. Paka sahi Obama kiaisea imesaidia watu. Paka sahi kama Kenya, you are the beneficiaries. Kenya sahi mtu kutoka Kenya akipata visa, even if you are visiting USA, you get 5 years. Yeah? Angalia hapa hiyo T-State ama Uganda. Wanapatiwa 5 months, 3 months. Wakipatiwa visa. So there's benefits ambayo somebody might not see, but because Obama was there, akakuja Kenya, akaweka hii mkataba. So they had agreement with the USA government. That's why even our people, when they come in, they get 5 years. That's something we should also talk about, what we were able to achieve. Even though it's not, for many people, it's not something a big one, but Obama did. You cannot do nothing much with the Constitution of USA. And that's why we want Kenya, when somebody like Ruto, anybody who gets a chance 2027 to be a president, go serve the people. Jobs. Medical insurance and other things where the government can help. That's what we want. End corruption. Then our country will be on the right trajectory. But ukifika huko, kama huyu dictator alikuja, akasema sasa he wants to be one of the richest men in Africa and in the world. By doing so, he wants to take all the money from our country. He wants to kila kitu kwa jina lake. And now, the problem with our parliament, they have allowed him to do so. We should now ask Ruto, are you getting all this money? The ESC, even the DCI, if it was a country where we have institutions, working institutions, where we have independence, they should be asking, Mr. President, I'm talking about them, not me calling him president. Unana, he's the president of Kenya, but he's not my president. I call him killer, dictator, Kasongo. Where are you getting all this money? You know what we do? We fight charges against you until the investigation is done. Instead, at sahi ameenda mambo ya Moi, hata ukitaka underwear upitie kwa Ruto, ukitaka maji upitie kwa Ruto. When we have these county governments where they were supposed to be independent to all developments, where the county can do and the national government, kila mtu anatuambia I'm one state house, ndio niende kupata maendeleo. So Ruto has the key to everything when our constitution says very clearly, it's parliament which allocates funds for end development. But instead, our Maraya, they have given in, they have just there, they are kissing matako ya Ruto, wanaenda huku. You know, everybody who supports Ruto, you are so ignorant from especially what he has done. Kama we uoni, this guy is a most person, he has destroyed our country. It will take another 10, 15, 20 years to recover from where he has taken us. We were doing very well, going up. Amekuja kumbe alikuwa anatuambia bottom up, they amechukua bottom down. That's what he meant, he opposed. And I'm very bitter about it. Very bitter. Tell me what this dictator has done since he came in. Tell me. Somebody show me. Tell me what dictator Kasongo has done since he took over. Almost now 4 years, almost going 5 years. What he has done, he has killed people. We give him A+, killing people. He's one of the most corrupt people, and he has managed Kenya to go to another stage when it comes to corruption. We gave him A+ for doing that. Creating jobs is F. Is F. Okay? Respecting people's existence is F. And you are telling me that you want the same man in 2027. Get out of my country. Kama wewe mnataka uende Uganda, uende Tanzania. Sisi hatuendi hiyo muundo. Sisi wa Kenya. We will make history 2027. Other than our neighbors there, we don't care about them. They do their own thing, we do our own thing. My Kenyan people, 2027 is here. We are going to set our country in properly. We send a message. Ukikuja ukituambia unaenda kufanya hivi, then you do the opposite, we kick you out. Kicking out Ruto out, when Ruto is kicked out, it will be a good example. And I like the standard, the way wanafanya hivyo, standard KTN. Thank you, KTN. You are doing what we are supposed to do. And the other media should follow. Tell the truth. Internet does not lie. This man told us he was going to build the economy. His cabinet itakuwa ya the little people. Itakuwa mambo ya, remember Njiru, how he said it? Akina mama mboga. What were mambo ya pikipiki na this ordinary people. Guess what? Hata unaniambia Musalia Mudavadi ni mama mboga. Musalia Mudavadi. Huyu alikuwa governor na new year na IT. Somebody IT ambaye hajui even to type a keyboard. As the minister for IT. Seriously? Yeah. The man has the money. Ati hiyo ndio mama mboga. Na huyu jamaa alikuwa governor wa Nakuru ndio mama mboga. Yeah? Mbati ni mama mboga. Na hiyo si whatever the other cabinets. Niambie mwenye yako mama mboga kwa ile cabinet. Nani yako mama mboga? Very, very serious, guys. You promise people, you campaign, and when you go to the campaign, next campaign, promise and deliver what you promised. Yeah? And nakuja even after campaign, hey mama, hii gas itakuwa 3,000. Gas itafanya nini na nini? Iko wapi? Can we say, oh, Ruto, too dumb to hell. Too dumb to hell. Tuombane ukweli bana. Kama you support Ruto, support him. But also, when we defeat him, mwende nyumbani. Or mwende Uganda ama Tanzania. Go there. Because how you can dictator. We are a democracy and we should prefer, democracy should prefer 2027. Njiro waje ni ajabu na I've been talking too much.
Yeah, ni sawa. I appreciate Bwana Roba. We have to keep the fire burning and we do the final stretch of this politics. we still have like 1 year and 1 month to election, for your information, for those people who are doing the countdown. If the days remain as they are, because I always hear that tunafanya uchaguzi August 10 hapo, August 10, August 9. So we are 1 year.
No, it's August. Hiyo ndio kwa katiba yetu. Even it's August 10.
Yeah, so that is the meaning that it is exactly or close to 1 year, 1 month. So the other day we were saying it is 16 months. Unakumbuka? Robert, the other day we were just saying it's 16 months. So
Now,
very soon we will be saying 8 months. At no December tutakuwa tunasema 8 months. Ndio hao sisi hapo mwezi wa 4 tutakuwa tunasema miezi 4. So this time, and there's no room for mistakes. We have to push on to.
And Jeru, by the way, and UDA kuja hapa mtuambie vile this man is going to win re-election. Wakuja hapa we are not scared of them. Waje wakuje. Sisi waje wakuje hapa, waambie wakuje. Waje watuambie, let them convince us. Wasiogope, wasikuje hapa. Sisi
wako hapa si unaona hata tukiweka poro wanakuja wanapiga kura mara moja.
Yeah.
So watu wa UDA wanahanga hapa. They are within here. So Roba, unaongea na watu wa UDA.
Yeah, waje wakuje. Let them come. Yeah, just come and tell us how he dictator Ruto, what has he done? Yeah, tell me, are you better off since Ruto came in? That's something we should answer. He has destroyed everything. Hii mambo ya medical insurance. You allow somebody just called here. Yeah? And I don't know how we allowed this dictator to have a say. So the only thing I have a problem is parliament. The parliament we have right now, instead of them being the checks and balances, wanakuwa watu wa matumbo, instead they are kissing mataka ya huyu jamaa. How far can go? Leo tumekuja tuambiane ukweli hapa. Tuambiane ukweli. In parliament, we should even just, I wish what wakuja hapa till the agencies ama anything happens to them. Kwa sababu, because of them, we had many people dying. Because of their useless and their being careless, they are not even reliable. Angalia jamaa wanakuja hapa wanatuambia, oh, I'm supporting Ruto kwa sababu amefanya maendeleo. Maendeleo gani? Yeah? Maendeleo gani? Tell me. This is ridiculous. This is very, very bad for our country. But we are a democracy, as we call it ourselves. They have a say, but the majority would have a say, the minority have to follow. Multichekea, 2022, well, you know what happened? Even some years back, for those ones who were supporting Papa Manda. Now, this time, there will be no rider. But this time, 2027, August, I hope this time can get it that year, that morning, that evening, I don't know what, that somebody from opposition machine, as long as it's not Ruto. I don't care who wins. By the way, even if it means Karons, I'm not a Karons guy. At least somebody else. I mean, as long as it's not Ruto, at least I will celebrate my country. And that one will send a strong message to other neighboring countries, to the Kenyan people. Ukikuja, ukicheza with the Kenyan people, unaona, wacha nikwambie Njiru, huyu jamaa alikuwa na plani yake. Plani yake, angalia the state, huyu Mturukana alikuwa governor huyu, ambaye ndio sio anafanya nini kwa hiyo state house. Hiyo ndio ameweka hata hii commissioner wa IBC. That influence. Ndio umetafuta kina hao Junet, wanataka wakafikiri wataweka hao watu wakuje, by the way, wakuje ndio wafeve huyu waibe kura. Wanaiba kura na vichwa yao itapakia huko, hawatoki huko. This time hakuna court. And that's what I want to hear from our candidate, the opposition candidate. There's no court. If we are united, kule kimalizika hivi, we declare ourselves winners. We want to form the next government. Whatever they tell us, we don't listen. Kwa sababu, it is going to be a win. We have the people. It's too late. Too little, too late. The Kenyan people, mahali wamefika, this one cannot turn around. It's going to be over. Walifikiri watakuja hapa wanamwambia Kinedo waweka because wanafikiri because these Kenyans are wengine wako background of religion. We don't want to mention here why, which kind of religion. That's what they have done. We know what they had in mind. Now, wanaenda wanachukua pesa, tuweke huyu, itakuwa very easy at the election. Tuweke na huyu, ikifika huko. That guy got a job. I know the inside. I know somebody ambaye nipatie information. I don't know his name. I can't pronounce properly. Yeah, the influence. Now, hii mambo, by the way, so ni ukweli hii mambo ya northeastern Kenya. People being in the Chesterns, wanataka hii mambo ya Uganda tuwafike hiyo kura. They can do what they want. Wafanye whatever it takes. But they will not win this election. They will be shocked. After you left fully, the kura hiyo West India. And remember what I told you before, Njiru. This guy, akiona mambo yameenda vibaya, come next year, he's going to say, bye-bye, I'm not going to run. And that's something on the table too. Yeah, so when this gets united very properly, that one might happen. And that one will be very easy for us. So, tulikuwa tunasema Tidi Nyo alikuwa more. I don't know where you can put it. It looks like he's anaelekea to our direction. All these people, uliona the other day, huyu mama wa nani wa Kirinyaga. Si unaona? It's so set to our direction. Hata angawa she has nothing to do anyway, because alifikiri atakuwa is going to be the makamu wa rais, hii imeenda. So, the only person ambayo ako fake ni huyu Kisii governor. Anakuja natuambia, this ODM, what we have, either ODM we got a president, I'm a tribute, or a president. Few minutes later, Kasonga nasemaje? Kindiki is what they were. This is nonsense going on and whatever. But thank you to our constitution, where it says you must name your running mate before the election. Kama ingekuwa ile mambo ya ile constitution ya ile ya kina Moi walikuwa wanafanya, wanaambia watu, hata nimeingia watu ndio takuwa makamu wa rais, anaambia watu kama 20 vile Kasongo is doing right now. That's why we call him, it's a pop card. It duplicates what Moi did, and that's not good for Kenya. And you know what niachia na wewe nisikie unasemaje.
Yeah, Robert, that is true. So we have to be resilient and to figure level whereby tutajipangaje hii miezi imebaki 13 because we typically have 13 months to the big day ya kung'oa Ruto hapo. So Robert, nikitaka kukuuliza swali kulingana na vile unaona tukijipanga, are you seeing people who can actually give Ruto a run of his money kulingana na vile vitu tunapanga saa hii, ama sisi ni watu ama sisi tutaishiwa na hewa kama hizi timu za Kiafrika ambazo zinafungwa dakika ya mwisho? Tuko na hewa ya kutosha, tuko na mitungi ya kutosha tu. Are we carrying ourselves to the final stretch of this election cycle and actually show Ruto that we can do this, even with his frustration, even with his goons, with all the things he is trying to do to us? Are we trying to mount an opposition which can actually show Ruto things can be done?
Before I answer your question, let me also say that history will remember Kasongo as one person where Gunism became a reality in a country. And this one is the history. Whatever you see here, guys, you might think it's a joke. It will go in the history books. And this man, after he realized he was going to lose the election, he decided to try a lot of things, Gunism and other things. It never worked by the time he gets defeated 2027. To answer your question, yes, I see at this point, I think to say the truth, if you look at the opposition, the United Opposition, including Linda Wananchi, they have one thing in common. They want a united front when it comes to 2027. None. So they are saying, if whoever is given the flag bearer, I don't know how it's going to be done, he'll be supported. If that one remains constant, he may quit. He may quit. The reason I'm saying so is this. At this point, if you look at the local politics, ukiangalia down, if you be on the Ruto side, unless some parts of the Left Valley, you are not going to survive. Imagine somebody who's seeking the election under UTA in Mount Kenya, or in Kisii, or somewhere in Western, if this process continue to be, or in Ukambani. If these people would remain constant, that's if a constant remains, you will not survive. You will not survive. And that's why we keep on saying, few months from now, you will see people running away. The more we go, the more we see people running away. And I think the one thing also you have realized, even there's some people on the cabinet, the so-called secretaries, some of them who might be interested to run for official seats. I think that's why the privately maybe they have told Kasongo, I don't want to embarrass you. Thank you for the opportunity. But when you took the cipher of the government, don't appoint me because I'm ready to go campaign, but I'm not running for UTA, but I'll be till you win, I'll support you. Because they are facing reality. So he might be rumors like government cipher, government new cabinet. This something comes like what is waiting for. He knows some people are going to run away. Those ones who want to run, who wants to seek political offices. So Kasongo amekuwa sasa, in fact, is just become like a bad omen in the society. And if you look at it, what do you think someone like Kangata is now joining Linda Mwananchi? Why do you think what's his name? Former Malaga. And how comes this? Why do you think somebody like Kalu Amisi pengine ameona hiyo pesa imewekwa kwa table, amepata pesa, wamemwambia akafikiri akienda huko he will be able to penetrate. Amepata ya kwamba it's many few months from now when even Sifuna is on top of that ticket, akiongea he will be shut down at the Tapiwa. He cannot even win his own constituents when it comes 2027. And I keep on reminding people, if I had my way, if Sifuna is on top of the ticket, guys, watch out. You will see some people who have not even wamechukua kura sahi. You will see people want kuchukua kura na kila kitu. You will never see something you never see before. There will be the highest percentage of participation in our Kenyan politics because of that. People want something new. Lakini mukileta Kalonzo, mukileta pengine Matiang'i a little bit because mukileta Kalonzo ambaye ameosea huko mambo ya kuwa na papa na kila kitu. People will just say, you know what, I'm not on for. And that's a reality. Lakini mukileta new people, fresh air, our Kenyan politics will change forever. You will see watu wakichukua kura from all backgrounds. Na hiyo itakuwa very difficult for Kasongo kuiba hiyo kura, hata mwenye atamtangazaji. How you want to announce a guy? How? So, at this point, yes, the opposition is doing very good, but whatever they decide from the ticket, most people on top of the ticket, is going also to determine hii kura itakuwa it's going to be something close, ama itakuwa like it be one. Like Uhuru Kenyatta alishindwa before even kura ipigwe. That's what's going to happen. And I'm telling you, the more we wait, the more it's good for them. Because at this point, there was some doubts. Ukiangalia watu walikuwa wanasema pengine hii sahi hakuna muda naenda kwa Kasongo. I'm telling you. And I'm telling you, if it's going to be Sifuna, it will be more people running away from Kasongo. Itabakia too few people from maybe this guy called from Kericho, from Nandi, unaona, au wenye wanaita the so-called Kasongo's backyard. Pengine even them their winning will not be guaranteed. Kama uliona Sore, si uliona Sore wakati amekuwa hiyo mkutano ameenda hapo vile watu wamemsomea one time. And if you deal so they don't watch out, they will be swept. But especially if they will not have new people. It's Ruo Nyasa is going to be very tricky. Kama unafikiri wewe unaenda ODM ticket utashinda, you will be shocked. You'll be shocked. Why do you think Mbadi is not want to run for re-election? No, I kwa MP. And then nataka yeye Ruta Shine the akwe member. Why do you think like Milo Thiambo and people they are not the original rules? Angalia some of the people there. You will see. Just look at my lawyer. Is my lawyer and my things, by the way. Tienda Moro. By the way, why do you think it's quiet? Some of these people, akina Kajua, they are not even said where they belong. Hii kitu, hii mambo ya Sifuna, I'm telling you, my friends, if it's on top of the ticket, this is going to be a landslide. So, a day before election, a week before election, itakuwa imeshindwa. Na hii hata January, kama Sifuna ndio on top of the ticket, naona election itakuwa imeenda kabisa, ni kumwachia tu kuapishwa. As long as they don't make a major mistake. But you make a mistake, Kasonga make a lot of mistakes, even if it means what people just like, you know what, enough is enough, I'll just go this way. This is the time for the opposition to take over, and I'm hoping Sifuna gets that ticket, and that one will make everybody happy. The young, the old, middle-aged ones, the whatever, even you will see people from international, overseas people wanaenda kuchukua kura hata nyumbani mtu anachukua kura. And I said, well, you know what, this time I'll spend money on the ticket. I'll make the election in Kenya as my vacation, maybe. That's my biggest kura because I want to change. That's how much this guy is loved. That's how much people love him. And you know, that love, you can see, has been consistent. Wamejaribu. Na yeye, unajua, he has a very good advisors. Unaona? So the next stage, when they turn him up, wakitoka OTM, then they will come up, from what I'm hearing, they maybe when register leader wananchi as a party, or maybe there's that's the fear of whatever they want to use for elections. I think that one now, they will start changing from what they are doing right now to something else. Mina kuuliza, nani ametoka na Sifuna? Who doesn't want Sifuna in their hometown? Who doesn't want Sifuna? Yeah? Sifuna. Mimi ni Sifuna. Unaona? Hata Gachagua, he knows that. Mimi ni Sifuna. Is somebody selling their whole country. Waje waenda hata Nordistan, kwamba akina huyu jamaa anaitwa at the health minister wanatuambia huko hii ni ngoma yao. Sio wapi. There's no way any part of the country where Sifuna will not carry a day. The landslide, the whole country. Even you see, is something as Sifuna, it will go over Kenya, it will go beyond Kenya. And people just say this, a young man in Kenya, his Obama moment. You will see how Kenya will just like Kenya on the side, how we get respect. We get our mojo back. We get our respect back. When it could kipiwa na Sifuna amechukua over, we will send a message. Now we can become the true democracy country in Africa if Sifuna takes over. Hii dictator ya Samoei Ruto anakuja anafikiria ni kiongozi wa Afrika the way he started. Yeye anachida anafikiri kwa kichwa yake, hiyo kichwa yake iko na mafi ndani, anafikiri he has done more for Kenyans. Somebody has to remind him he has done nothing. What he has done is grab. And he wants to be the kitu ambaye anatuachia how much money he stole from the Kenyan people. Hata ngawa, he would declare himself as one of the richest people in the world. Yeah, alichukua pesa ya wananchi. He will never forgive him. He's a dictator, he's a conman, he's a thief, he's everything. He's a prostitute too. And he has used our Arab, whatever, kununua mambo ya, he has misused us. He has used a lot of money, we will never even think about it. And this thing has to stop. And if you support Ruto, hell with you. When the Chanam, when whatever, when you meet him there, because Ruto's sins will never be forgiven. He has killed a lot of bread. He has blood on his hands. He has stolen too much. He has done a lot of things. Even I don't think he will never be forgiven what the sins that he has committed as being the first conman. The first conman we ever see president. Am I wannabe Singapore. Wannabe Singapore. Useless.
Haya, ni sawa bwana Roba. Naona Joseph amekuja na he is heavily unloading, anasema yeah, of course Joseph, I'm always focusing on my career. Yeah, lakini pia even as we focus on career, we have also to focus on this as well. So I think we have been having a good show. So bwana Roba, I think I don't want to overstretch you here any longer. Yeah, I think the amount of time which we have spent here is more than enough. So kesho kuja mapema kabla ya hiyo game ya Morocco. I want to come early because later on ningetaka kushuhudia hiyo game ya Morocco na Canada. At least tuone kama if Morocco will be the first team to go to the quarterfinals. So we are really hoping for that. And then hiyo ya Monday pia is also a good one. I really look forward to it. Hiyo ya Spain na Portugal, I really want that one. Hiyo ya Spain na Portugal naitaka sana.
At this point, I don't care who wins. The best team wins. I think Ghana is playing right now. If they win, they don't win. Who cares? USA wins, it doesn't win. Who cares? Portugal, well, wins or nah. As long as you have a black player in your team, I wish you the best. Win, but if they don't pay your bills, you should not be worried, my friend. Don't be just take it as personal. None of them pays your bills. None. You go enjoy it too.
Unajua hii kitu haikuangi sana. Hii kitu ni hatukuangi nayo sana.
Sasa waje nikuulize kama hii nani Arsenal win hii championship. People there, you see people Nairobi, kila mtu you know what, you want to spend money kununua merchandise ya nini, kofia, paka underwears, paka bed sheets na kila kitu ya Arsenal kwa sababu Arsenal ameshinda. Okay, it's good you buy things for yourself. Na umeacha mtoto hapo ajaenda shule mafanya nini na school fees na kila kitu. I'm not saying that everything is not, but sometimes you must have a limit of kwa good kitu. Okay, you can support teams. I'm not anti-sports. I support teams. I support the Yankees in baseball. Football team, I support whatever wins there. But I would go with underdogs. World Cup, take it. Don't take it personal. Come on, France win. I feel good because there's some black friends there. If USA wins, something. But if Argentina wins or other teams, like I know, like this Irish, whatever, come in here and get up and down and kila kitu, I would have a problem. But at the end of the day, they don't pay my bills and they don't determine my destiny. And that's how much I just stand saying, I can watch, yes, but whoever wins, who cares? That's not the end of the world. But I care what happens in 2027. Let the Kenyan people prevail. Let our people prevail. And the Ruto must go. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Good night. Good morning. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Joseph, na uchukue simu. Appreciated. So it was nice to be with you guys. Thank you for all those people who have crightened our show today. Acacia, Sarah, and so many. Nawangotea sana, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of me. Nimeshukuru. And let's move on with our show. Let's be strong. Let's create resilience. Together we stand. Shalom. Until tomorrow. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.